going to go ahead and bring up a few doctors, and we'll be adding them on throughout the spaces. So I'm going to start off the space by actually playing a clip here, which I think is pretty telling and also kind of scary to some people, because a lot of the things said in this clip are undeniably false. And so it's strange to think that we live in a world where the media, where so many people in positions of power just feel comfortable saying things, whether they have evidence for it or not, as long as it fits into a narrative. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this clip up right now. We will play it, and then we will go ahead and, as some of the doctors are coming on and as people are joining, we right now have over 30,000 people who have agreed to come and listen to the spaces, which is pretty incredible. It should be one of the largest spaces ever done in Twitter history. And I think that's saying a lot, because everyone wants to hear what the truth is. Everyone wants to be able to go past the narrative and actually see what the facts are and what is going to happen if you do participate in any of these things that the media is telling you to do. What's going to happen if you don't? And I think that's why it's so important that we're doing the spaces. Dr. Simone Gold, do you have any particular points you want to bring up to go ahead and start off? I know a lot of people are...
Thank you so much. I was just scanning the audience to see, I was looking for one or two of my other doctors to come on board. So would you like me to start, or would you like... I didn't know if you were going to start the space. First of all, I just want to welcome everybody. Like you, Matt, I'm so thrilled that we now have a forum where we can talk about these things openly and honestly. For the doctors who've been speaking the truth for a very long time, we have felt not only personally silenced in our lives as private American citizens, but tremendous sorrow for the nation and for individual patients and relatives and friends and other citizens who were being held from so much truth. I think when you and I spoke the other day, Matt, I said to you that it's hard to even have a debate when we haven't even established what all of the facts out there are. So we're going to take the next little period of time to even just share facts with people. And that's what I'm very, very excited about these days.
Yep, I couldn't agree more with that. And I think the fact that you're not even allowed to say the word COVID on so many social media platforms, on so many places on the internet, that's extremely telling. And the fact that we can do that on Twitter, the fact that we can't even go further than that and even say things that are against the mainstream, is why it is so crucial that Elon Musk purchased this platform, and why it is so crucial that we do have people willing to speak up and willing to say things, even if it is against what you're supposed to say. Now, one thing we did hear a lot from Dr. Fauci, for example, is about masks. So he has switched back and forth on that issue many times. And I think that is especially concerning, because if you're a public health official and you don't know for sure what is actually right or wrong, then you need to be waiting until you have the evidence before coming out and saying it. And until then, you should say, we don't know for sure. Or in the case that Dr. Fauci was misleading us, which is a very popular opinion, it could certainly be the case, he shouldn't be doing that at all. He shouldn't be in a position of power where he can tell us, okay, masks are good at first, then now they're not good, then they're good again. I mean, it's going to be very confusing to people. It's going to take away trust in public health officials. And so I think right now, one thing that could be done to bring more trust would be to find some of these people who have been saying these things that are false and actually replace them with people who are more trusted. What do you think about that? And it looks like Mario is now a co-host as well. Mario.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry for the delay. Everybody, fantastic. So masks was one of the first ways we understood that this was a propaganda war. What I taught people was, if you don't know what to believe, look and see what the evidence showed prior to the alleged controversy. So the question on the table in 2020 is, was there any scientific evidence about the usefulness or futility of masks to block a tiny inspiratory respiratory virus? How effective would a mask be? Was there any evidence prior to 2020? If you looked in the medical literature, and you asked doctors, of course, at least 50 years worth of data had shown that surgical masks, and all masks really, perhaps excluding the N95, do not work to keep out tiny respiratory viruses. This was an absolute established fact. This was like asking if water was wet. So my first my first clue that we were living in propaganda times was simply that there was so much data already available. Many of you will have remembered that Fauci himself went on national television and announced, I think it was in March 2020, that masks, of course, don't work for this kind of situation. And then he very quickly flip-flopped because I suppose the narrative had to change. But that is my first piece of advice, is what does the data show prior to the controversy? Now, the SARS-CoV-2 virus is 0.1 micron in size. So the scientific question is, what is the pore size of a mask? Right? That's an easily established scientific fact. It's about 100 times that size. So one way to look at it is to say that a mask is as effective as keeping out the virus as a chain link fence is at keeping out a mosquito. Like, that was the size differential. So again, that was one of the ways we truth-telling doctors knew that there was so much propaganda out there.
And another thing we saw is people being forced to wear masks, or at least told to in many cases, where it was obvious it wouldn't actually make a difference. So one of those instances, people alone in their cars, people outside, where the scientific data shows you that if you are outside, if you're alone, obviously you do not need to wear a mask. It doesn't actually have an impact. And so I think that, along with some of the very crazy cases we saw, like, for example, there's that one infamous picture that went around showing the band kids who literally had giant holes cut in their masks, but they still had to wear them in order to play the flute and things like that. I mean, it's just a little silly.
And correct. And I was living in California, and there was a fellow who was out paddleboarding on the ocean alone, and he wasn't wearing a mask or some kind of canoe. And then as he came in, I'm not saying they arrested him, but they questioned him, and et cetera, just for not wearing a mask out there alone. And we also saw a tremendous zeal in the government and public health efficiency officials to punish people who were not wearing masks, right? I just felt all of these things were clues that there was something else going on. Was the tremendous zeal and aggressiveness. Again, there was so much scientific data. What I think one of the things that went wrong here is they were able to use something that, common sense wise, that if somebody sneezes, they cover their mouth, right? So people were kind of conflating the idea of mucus, for example, with the size of a tiny respiratory virus of SARS-CoV-2, which is 0.1 micron. But why were we not allowed to say on social media and in other media outlets, really, emphasize the size? I was asked by USA Today to write, kind of an op-ed, like an editorial about the mask issue. And they were shocked that I was saying all this about the 0.1 micron size and the size of the pore size. And they actually tried to take a lot of my words out. We were aggressively prevented from telling you the facts to let you make up your own mind.
There's no doubt that a lot of suppression was happening. A lot of really bad takes were also happening. I actually have a clip. I'm going to go ahead and play it right now. This shows multiple politicians, multiple people in positions of power, including Dr. Fauci, including Bill Gates, who are saying things about COVID that some of them were later undeniably turned out to be false. So I'll go ahead and play this right now.
There's been over a 20-to-1 return. If you had put that money into an S&P 500 and reinvested the dividends, you'd come up with something like $17 billion, but you think it's $200 billion.
Here, yes. You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
These vaccines are highly, highly effective.
Vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick.
They're really, really good against variants.
Everyone who takes the vaccine is not just protecting themselves, but reducing their transmission to other people and allowing society to get back to normal.
Get your first shot, and when you're due for your second, get your second shot.
Our key goal is to stop the transmission, to get the immunity levels up so that you get almost no infection going on whatsoever.
When people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected.
If you're vaccinated, you're not going to be hospitalized, you're not going to be in an ICU unit, and you're not going to die. If you are fully vaccinated, you no longer need to wear a mask.
Anyone who is fully vaccinated can participate in indoor and outdoor activities, large or small, without wearing a mask or physical distancing.
So there we go. That's half of the clip. I'm going to play the other half. But first, I want to go ahead and get some takes in before we kind of get lost in all of those different takes. So one of the overarching themes was, I'll go and let you speak, Dr. Simone. What did you think about that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just reminding me that, the information was out. The lies were astounding. The lies were just astounding. I remember looking on the EPA website when there were wildfires in California. And the EPA website said that the size of the smoke particles is 0.3 to 0.5 microns, and that a mask won't help you. And I wrote, I wrote an editorial that said, well, if it won't keep out the size of the smoke particles, 0.3 to 0.5, in what universe do you think is going to keep out the SARS-2 virus, which is 0.1? So this kind of data is out there, and these officials who know the data, right? I wasn't privy to any information that Tony Fauci didn't know. If I knew it, Tony Fauci knew it, right? So they were directly lying to you. These are not opinions. You can measure the size of the virus. You can measure the size of the pore size in the mask. So I want to throw it out there that it's very distressing when our public health officials, flat out lie to you.
And one other thing mentioned in that video, and I do want to be clear for everyone listening, we're not necessarily taking sides. No one on the panel is. We just want to get the facts out there. We want to get the data out. We want everyone to be able to make your own decisions based on your health, not based on what the narrative is, not based on what they're telling you on the news, but actually based on the real information. And that's why we brought up some doctors here today who have been researching this far more than the talking heads in the media, and who actually understand this in better ways. And so the other thing that they mentioned in that clip was vaccines. And so an overarching narrative that started out was that vaccines, if you took the vaccine, a lot of people believed, based on what they were hearing, you'd be fully immune. You couldn't even get it. And there would be a 0% chance of you getting hospitalized. We now know that's not true. You still can get it, even if you do have the vaccine. Now, there are different various standpoints about which vaccine is better, which vaccine is worse. But overall, I mean, that definitely takes away trust when you're being told that, and then you still get it. And then a lot of people are still actually having severe complications, even after getting it. And so I do want to bring up, so we have Scott Jensen, who is now on the panel as well. I would like to bring you up to give your thoughts on that, about the vaccines.
I'll start. Yes, let me introduce everybody to Dr. Scott Jensen for those folks who don't know him, and hopefully he'll be able to weigh in. So Dr. Scott Jensen was an early America's Frontline Doctors. He's a beloved family practitioner. I believe he was actually the family practitioner of the year for his entire state of Minnesota. Maybe 5-6 years ago, he went on to become and serve as a state senator in his state of Minnesota, and he was quite distressed about the misleading information that was out there. And he was really in an interesting position to see this as both a practicing family practitioner as well as a state legislator. So he has a lot to add to this this subject, and I'm hoping that Dr. Jensen, you have some thoughts on the question on the table.
Thank you, Simone. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, this is Dr. Scott Jensen, and my Twitter handle is DrScottJensen. I remember back in 2020, sitting in the office in Minnesota of the president of the Senate and doing a program with Tony Robbins. And I remember telling him that the pore size, even if you had a double or triple ply mask, a surgical mask, would still be 50 times larger than the size of the viral particle. And I remember telling him that exact same thing you had mentioned, Simone, that literally if you thought that you could keep gnats out of your yard with a chain link fence, then knock yourself out. And I remember getting a tremendous amount of blowback from that. But going back to what you said earlier, Simone, I think one of the most distressing things for me in those early months was the fact that the 19 years that had passed from the first time we were introduced to the first coronavirus, with the SARS coronavirus, it seemed like we were willing to chuck all the research out the window and start with just throwing mud on the wall, and whoever seemed to have the floor, whoever controlled the media, could say whatever they wanted to. I remember there was an article in Nature that talked about the question had come up, if someone gets COVID and then recovers, they would then have natural immunity. Should they be allowed to do things that others would not be allowed? For instance, could they, since they would have a protection, could they go places? Should they be the ones that might be caring for active COVID disease patients? And Nature magazine came out and said, no, That would not be appropriate. That would be unethical. And yet, a year later, that same publication was advocating for the concept of vaccine passports, that if you didn't take the vaccine, then you didn't get the passport, and your life was horribly restricted. You were essentially locked down. So when I look back and I ask myself, how are we going to go forward? We need to make a commitment to recognize that inquiry always is part of the process to truth. There is no way around that. You don't get to have some arrogant individual, whether it's Tony Fauci saying he is science, or whether it's a fact checker who has no particular expertise. I was even reading an article in the New York Times today, written by Tiffany Shu. And she says, as COVID-19 continues to spread, so does misinformation. And if you read the article, you're struck by the hubris of these people. You've got people that are social workers. You've got people that are perhaps writers that have never been in the world of medicine. They might have been in the world of technology. And they are condemning outstanding, exceptional physicians, scientists around the world, whether they're targeting Peter McCullough or Jay Bhattacharya or Martin Kulldorff, whether they're going after John Ioannidis. They're simply assuming this mantle of expertise that they have not earned. And they call what we're saying and what we're trying to talk about tonight misinformation. And they're calling us whack jobs, and they're calling us conspiracy theorists. Nothing could be further from the truth. I would be the first person to say that I don't have all the answers. But I know that when Robert Redfield, the former head of the CDC, had been out of the CDC for less than 4 months, and he commented that he no longer could assume that the origin of the COVID-19 virus was a natural reassortment within, you will, the animal kingdom, that it looked more and more to him like it might have come from a laboratory. When I saw that, I thought, shouldn't that stop all of us in our tracks, where we would say, hey, we need to talk about all of this? When I saw death certificates being, if you will, we're advised to, any time possible, if we thought that the COVID-19 had contributed to a death, that was enough to put it down as the underlying cause of death. And yet in the same handout from the Minnesota Department of Health, we were told, oh, but by the way, if asthma or emphysema is felt to be contributing to the death, then go ahead and put that in the Part 2 contributing condition box, but not if it's COVID-19. And then I was asked on national TV, why would this possibly happen? How could this happen? And I said, we've got to follow the money. And I mentioned that you would get paid more in a hospital if you used a COVID-19 diagnosis on the discharge summary. I was vilified for that until the fact checkers recognized, after talking with Kaiser, after talking with Medicare officials, and they found out, well, actually, he's right. And then I remember 9 months later, after we'd had the election take place in November of 2020, and now is December and January. Now we were being told that it was no longer appropriate to diagnose COVID-19 simply because 2 of 3 cardinal symptoms were present: shortness of breath, cough, fever. Prior to that, 2 out of 3, you had the diagnosis. Now we were being told you needed a positive test. And we were being told in the same breath that, by the way, cycling 45 times with the PCR would no longer be acceptable. We need to bring that down to 26 to 30, a more normal range. And at that point in time, I made the comment, listen, this is going to make the world look much safer. You're going to see less COVID diagnosis. You're going to see less positive tests. This is the fact that we're being played. And I remember the fact checkers coming out and shutting me down. So I think, Simone, you hit on a key piece right out of the box when we saw 19 years of research and data thrown out the window so that a narrative could take over that wasn't based on science and reproduced science. So thank you, Simone.
I just want to say that listening to you speak, Dr. Jensen, it screams to me that we need a new expert class. This was this was the expert class, and they were misleading, and sometimes intentionally and sometimes perhaps accidental. But, those who are closest to it, people like yourself, people like me, it was hard to argue that this was accidental. I mean, there were too many steps involved. There were too many vested interests that were being met to do it the wrong way. So I'm just going to throw it out there that I do think that there's a need from a kind of a populist, maybe America's Frontline Doctors or populist doctor perspective to bring forward a truth-telling expert class. And I just want to share with people that I am working on that. Thank you for your input.
Well, I would say that one of the biggest lifts I got in that first 10 months of the pandemic, because as a senator, I was speaking on this every month on the floor of the Senate. And I was so lifted by the Great Barrington Declaration. When Koldorf and Bhattacharya and Gupta wrote that, I thought, hallelujah. And I had hopes at that time that would break through this wall of, if you will, arrogant kinds of, we know best, you know nothing, you need to shut up and let us take over the conversation. And it didn't really happen the way I'd hoped. It simply nibbled at the edges. And I still think that if people would go back and read that Barrington Declaration, that they would see that it was early on so powerfully said, and we're doing it. Now as we move forward, we're seeing that we're doing it.
Right. This shows you the power of speech. This shows you the power of free speech, is that we were out there shouting. Sometimes over the last 2 to 3 years, people have said to me, where were the doctors? I said, we were really shouting as loudly as we could. We were very silenced. I'm very grateful that there's now this open forum, and I think that the floodgates will open. What I'm excited about is, probably most people listening have never even heard a lot of the specific details that you're talking about. When you taught me, Dr. Jensen, about the death certificates, the way that was manipulated, I mean, that's just very specific data, to have flipped the way we prioritized the diagnosis on the death certificate. That's just like a very hardcore data point that showed that there was manipulation going on and that we only did it for the COVID diagnosis. It was shameful. So there's many, many examples like that, and we really look forward to sharing that with the American people. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Dr. Jensen.
And I will say as well, so Dr. Simone, obviously, a lot of people misrepresent her. If you actually hear her speak, you hear a lot of information, facts, studies. If you just listen to what other people said about her, you may think it would be extremism, but it's really not. She's just trying to help people understand things better. And I do want to give you an opportunity as well to introduce yourself a little bit more, some of your background experience as a doctor. We'll also get to Joanna here in a little bit. But I do want to go ahead and hear that from you and kind of give everyone a background about you before we move on with the spaces further.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So first of all, of course, a little bit belatedly, but welcome. Really, I am all about free speech. So obviously, my name is Dr. Simone Gold. I was for many years a board-certified emergency physician. I was working in mostly inner-city ERs across the nation. More than 20 years, I'd say, when SARS-CoV-2 came to America. And I am also a Stanford University educated lawyer. I went to law school and I graduated, passed the bar and all that. So I was an MD, JD, when 2020 came around. And paradoxically, I was a little bit, perhaps a little bit excited when the whole SARS-2 thing was coming along, because after all, I'm an emergency physician. And this is what I trained for, is emergencies. So I was watching everything very, very, very closely, I would say from December or January 2020. And I was looking and I was reading all the journals, and I was excited about this drug called chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine. I was certainly familiar with it. And I was reading everything I could get my hands on, and I was watching the coronavirus task force, and I was kind of waiting for my own experience on it. And I'd say starting around March or so, March 2020, I started seeing and sensing a pretty big disconnect between what I was observing on the front lines in the emergency department, what I was reading in the journals across the world, and what the public was being told at all the coronavirus meetings and on the news, right? And I was very bothered by this. And I would say I spent March 2020 and April 2020 really kind of thinking through this deeply. And then I started writing about it, and I started looking at the science. And then I became very, very alarmed as a lawyer. I'm very interested in civil rights. I'm a very strong proponent of the Bill of Rights. And I think that's what's kept us safe in our nation for the last 250 years. And I was hearing people say all kinds of things that were for my mind, as a Stanford trained attorney, wildly illegal, wildly unconstitutional, talking about locking down, quarantining healthy people. Well, it turns out that that's absolutely illegal. You simply cannot do that. You cannot quarantine healthy people. It was black letter law, for example, in my home state of California at the time. There was a case, 1905. Jew Ho, Jewho, were the plaintiffs, and they sued the city of San Francisco because the city of San Francisco attempted to lock down healthy people to stop the spread of bubonic plague. So there was a spread of bubonic plague going around the Chinatown area of San Francisco, and the city's public health officials decided to lock down all the residents of Chinatown. They said they couldn't go out for work, they couldn't go out to travel, to live, etc. And so the plaintiffs brought a case against them, and it went up to the California Supreme Court, and the California Supreme Court said, of course not. You cannot limit the free travel of citizens in our land just because there's bubonic plague going around. So I was learning all of this, and I was watching at the same time. In real time, we were restricting people's ability to work and to travel, and it was astonishing to me. And this is really what motivated me and galvanized me. So starting on May of 2020, I started going public. I started writing articles and op-eds. And I immediately started being slammed as a right-wing Trump operative, which I actually found offensive, not because I voted one way or another, but because this was entirely grassroots. It was quite an insult to say that I had big money behind me or Trump was behind me or anything like that when I was working day and night to gather grassroots positions. So we published an article that said that lockdowns are a mass casualty incident, and that got tens of millions of views online. And that was really to get the attention of our public health officials, like, hey, what are you doing? You can't be locking down. And I pointed out the thing that is obvious to a physician, which is that if you don't allow people to do their normal lives, including doctor visits, but also just, their mental well-being of going to work and hanging out with their friends and family, of course you're going to have downstream negative health effects. It was entirely predictable. So, for example, if somebody can't go to the dentist because the dentist is closed down and deemed non-essential, well, the periodontal disease can adversely affect their heart. Or if they've got vascular disease and they don't have good blood flow in their legs, they'll get wounds in their legs, and that will worsen, that will affect their health. This was my lane, was talking about the constitutionally illegal lockdowns, essentially. And I found that as I was speaking out in May and in June of 2020, we were being heavily silenced. So I decided to organize a lot of physicians to get together and speak truth directly to the American people. We called ourselves America's Frontline Doctors, and I organized something in the hopes that it might go viral. And in fact, that's what happened. So we, America's Frontline Doctors, did an entire day summit on July 27th, 2020. And we spoke for about 8 hours with lots of information, how the virus affected children, how it affected the elderly, how it affected the frail elderly, how it was in Africa, just masks, early treatment, etc. And in the middle of that day, we stood on the steps of the Supreme Court and we announced to the world that lockdowns don't work, masks don't work, early treatment works, and most importantly, to let go of the fear. There's so much fear going on that it was suppressing the nation. This video went viral and we got 20 million views, but astonishingly, in 8 hours, everybody deplatformed us all at once within an hour. Every big tech platform silenced us at the same time. The collusion was obvious. You couldn't have that. These are supposedly competitors with each other, all these different social media companies, and we were completely silenced. And from that moment on, July 27, 2020, of which some of those doctors are on this Twitter Spaces tonight, we really fought to get our message out. And we were badly defamed, slandered, slur, libel. I mean, we'll call it, I've been called a quack. I've been called, right wing. It's all kinds of name calling. What they're not doing is giving you the facts and arguing on the facts. So we're delighted for that. We've spent the last 2 or 3 years at America's Frontline Doctors really just trying to bring facts to the people. And that is my background as a emergency physician, attorney, very concerned about our freedoms being eroded in the name of public safety. I want to say that this is an old story. The emphasis on public safety and public health is very often how tyranny arises in our nation. If you look back at the French Revolution, Robespierre's Reign of Terror was instigated by the Committee on Public Safety. Right? It's very easy to manipulate people into complying or losing their freedoms by making them worried about their own safety. And that's what I saw unfolding. And with the lack of free speech and the censorship, we were very much headed down a tyranny path, which is why evenings and events like tonight are so important. We need to inform people, and people need to then be able to not be fearful and to join together and not voluntarily give up their freedoms. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Dr. Simone also has a very large and loyal fan base. A lot of people showing up today to listen to her. There's a ton of people who resonate with her message and who want to hear it. And the idea, even if you want to disagree with someone, it doesn't make any sense to prohibit people from talking. And especially when you're banning actual studies from even being talked about, that's taking so many steps too far that it should never be allowed to happen again. And spaces like today, Elon Musk purchasing Twitter, these are all huge, huge, huge swings of momentum towards allowing people to speak freely, towards allowing people to actually show studies. If we continued on that path, it would get to a point where literally only the narrative was allowed, period, and you get banned if you didn't say it. And so I think it's just really, really, really great that we do have this opportunity. I'm going to go ahead and bring up Joanna in a second here. I believe she came as a result of Mario and his team bringing her on. She has had her hand up for quite a while. If you want to go and introduce yourself a little bit, Joanna. And
sure. Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Matt, Mario, and doctors. So a little bit about me. My name's Joanna. I'm an anesthesiologist, a surgical intensivist. For the audience, that means that I'm an ICU physician. And I was actually doing my critical care fellowship amidst the COVID-19 pandemic at a Harvard hospital in Boston before taking a job out here in New York City, where I have been since the summer of 2020. I'm approaching this. I'm not an immunologist. I am not an epidemiologist. I'm here to offer my experience in the ICU with as much transparency as possible for people about the COVID-19 pandemic, which was real and affected many, many people and was a cause of death, especially early on. And it happened out of the sight of the general population. And I think that visibility and communication is really important here. So my viewpoint is limited. These are my positions only. They don't represent the hospitals that I have worked for in the past. And my scope and experiences represent a very specific patient population. And that is limited to Boston and New York City, but I think that is relevant. I want to approach this constructively and with empathy for those who made hard choices. I just want to put yourself in the position of some of our leaders back at the beginning of the pandemic who were entrusted with protecting the American people at the height of our fear, at the height of the pandemic, when cities were ramping up mass burials and storing bodies in refrigerated trucks and trailers, which were behaving as morgues. This was real. And I just want to really underscore what actually happened amidst this. I do think that there are plenty of lessons from which we can learn and guide our future in practice. I don't want to go against science. I do think that there is incredible importance to those high-impact medical journals, to randomized control trials, and God forbid if there's ever another threat to our nation in the form of whether it's significant microbial shift or at the very worst deliberate biowarfare, we need to be able to reliably mobilize to protect and defend one another. And so I think it's really important to underscore that point. And maybe it is about going back to basics here, but I think that we need to approach this in a way that allows for civil exchange, and for us to appropriately evaluate and assess the salutatory next steps. So, in my lifetime, I think we as Americans have united against a number of threats in our nation, and perhaps the pandemic was not something that anybody foresaw, but it did teach us a lot of lessons. And I think that we need to learn from those lessons moving forward. And I'm just grateful to participate here and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much,
Joanna.
Matt. May I just say I appreciate your perspective, and I just want to remind everybody that none of the doctors with America's Frontline Doctors and none of the frontline doctors I've ever met ever pretended that COVID-19 wasn't a real thing, that it wasn't serious. I myself took care of many COVID patients. I know really all of my colleagues did. We all knew it was real. We had a problem with the fact that the journals were misleading. The journals were not being honest and authentic. As you probably know, the list is endless of the misrepresentations in the journals. And also the fact that we were very much silenced. Any kind of dissent was completely silenced. I'm wondering if Dr. Cariati wants to speak to that.
Yeah, I would like to respond to that comment as well. So just my background, I'm Aaron Cariati. I'm a physician, was a full professor at the University of California, Irvine School of Medicine for my entire career up until last December. I also directed their medical ethics program, directed the medical ethics committee at the California Department of State Hospitals, consulted with the California Department of Public Health on their ventilator triage policies, and was involved in all the university policies on COVID up until the vaccine mandate, where our committee was not consulted. I challenged that vaccine mandate first in the pages of the Wall Street Journal on ethical grounds, because it did not respect the foundational ethical principle of free and informed consent. I then challenged the university's vaccine mandate in federal court. And before the judge made a ruling in that case, the university fired me. But before I got fired, I sat with more families than I can count as head of our ethics committee, having to explain to them that their loved one was irretrievably dying of COVID. I consulted both as an ethicist and as a psychiatrist in the ICU and the medical wards on severely ill COVID patients. And so I've seen the worst that this illness can do. But the claim now that we really didn't understand what was going on early on in the pandemic needs to be, I think, interrogated a little bit. Sure, there was a lot that we didn't understand, but there was a lot that we did understand and ignored it. The two most basic epidemiological facts about COVID, which should have guided our entire pandemic response, were, first of all, the infection fatality rate, which turned out to be 0.2. And we learned that in March of 2020, only a few weeks into the pandemic, with the Santa Clara study from Stanford. And that's been replicated countless times around the world. So that's a well-established epidemiological fact that was known in March of 2020. The second fact that was also known by March of 2020, second most important fact about COVID, was the age gradient, that people over the age of 70 made up the vast majority of the hospitalizations and deaths from COVID, and people under the age of 50 were at no higher risk from COVID than they are from influenza or other seasonal respiratory viruses. We also knew that healthy children, not talking about the rare child with severe co-occurring conditions, but healthy children did not die of COVID. There's almost nothing in medicine that is that you can make a blanket statement like that, but this is one of those things that we knew early on in the pandemic, and those things were ignored in favor of one-size-fits-all policies. We can begin with the lockdowns of 2020 or the vaccine mandates of 2021. The lockdowns were never part of conventional public health. They were never part of our pre-pandemic planning. The lockdowns, most people perhaps are not aware that the lockdown model originated in Wuhan, China. And the basis for lockdowns was happened in basically February of 2020. This is information that we got when we deposed Anthony Fauci last month in our Missouri v. Biden case. And Fauci admitted that he sent his deputy, Clifford Lane of the NIH, with the World Health Organization to China in February of 2020 to assess their pandemic response. And the Chinese Communist Party told Lane that they had stamped out COVID, told the WHO that they had stamped out COVID through draconian lockdowns. And he brought that information back. Fauci and Dr. Birx and the president's coronavirus task force accepted that lockdowns were the way to go. And once they were instituted, it became virtually impossible, as it did with later pandemic policies, to challenge that pandemic policy. But we had no empirical evidence that lockdowns would be effective. We now know that they were not effective at stopping the spread, but instead did enormous collateral damage. And when my co-plaintiffs in this Missouri v. Biden case, Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. Koldorf of Stanford and Harvard, co-authored with Sunetra Gupta the Great Barrington Declaration in 2020 to try to challenge the all or nothing lockdowns and school closures, they were vilified. And we now know that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins at the NIH coordinated in their own words, a swift and devastating takedown of the premises of the Great Barrington Declaration, rather than having an open debate about it. So I do want to challenge this notion that we really didn't know what was going on, and so we were justified in acting from a place of fear early in the pandemic. I think that's true of many people. I think that's certainly true of many of our colleagues in medicine. I have no doubt that most physicians early in the pandemic were doing the best that they could with the information they had. But we also have to recognize that if they were only getting information that turned out to be faulty, that was because there was a concerted effort to sideline other voices, other highly credible voices that were trying to point to basic facts that our public health response was entirely ignoring or sidelining.
Thank you. Thank you for that so much. And Dr. Tyson, you've had your hand up as well.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. So let me just introduce myself. I'm Dr. Brian Tyson. I'm a board certified family physician, but worked in the constructs of the ER and as a hospitalist, but basically my entire career. I opened my own urgent care 4 years ago, and right after that, COVID hit. So I was on the front lines. We were in the area of the Imperial Valley, which is a rural health setting, but on the other side of the border is 2.5 million people in Mexicali. So we were hit really, really hard in the beginning of COVID. And as a provider out here, we had to figure out treatment options. That's kind of when I knew things were going south. Was we had treated about 1,300 patients early in outpatient treatment. I was on the news for KUSI San Diego saying, hey, we're seeing some success. And how we knew we were getting the success was I was one of the only physicians who were actually doing chest x-rays on our patients. So we would see the improvement of the COVID pneumonia with the treatment options we were giving them. We would see resolution of their symptoms. We follow them throughout their outpatient setting into recovery. Well, that led to basically nowhere. We got to about 5,000 patients. I joined Simone Gold. We went back to the Supreme Court for the second summit. I was telling people what was going on. We hadn't seen a single mortality with early outpatient treatment. And we had, I think, 2 hospitalizations at that point. And that did nothing. We got to 7,000 patients. Me, Dr. Fareed, wrote a book. We published our results in the book because we couldn't get a journal to actually accept the paper that we wrote. We're also involved with Peter McCullough's outpatient treatment protocol that was published in the Annals of Cardiovascular Medicine. So as an outpatient treatment expert, I can say now to date, we have treated over 20,000 COVID-19 patients. We have a success rate of only losing 4 patients. None of them we lost if they started treatment before day 7. What was interesting in my practice was we actually had the California Department of Public Health in our clinic because we were a sentinel site for COVID-19. We were collecting data for them. But what was interesting about that was the only data that the public health department wanted at that time was the age, the comorbidities, whether or not they had a flu shot or not, and what medications that they were on. They weren't interested in the reinfection rate, which we were also keeping, or the treatment data that we were keeping. And when I asked them about it, their answers were plain and simple. That's not what we're interested in. During the middle of a pandemic, you would think that one of the biggest things that the public health department would want to know is, are there viable treatment options and are they working? And to hear that from them was very disconcerting for me. And, I can say that we've been yelling from the rooftops about early treatment since day one. We know if you can prevent the cytokine storm and get that inflammatory process to go down, you have better survivability, and they don't end up in the ICU in Joanna's hands, because by that time, it's been too late. So that's who I am. That's what was going on, and I'm here to answer any questions.
We want to call on a couple of other doctors, but I want to thank you, Dr. Tyson. One of the things you said was, you couldn't get published and you actually had to essentially self-publish as a book. That's a very important point. There were so many studies that were actively being blocked from being published because they didn't fit the narrative. I remember distinctly, it was the weekend before July 4th, 2020, and this large study was taking place in Detroit, Henry Ford Hospital. Finally, they got it published, and they published it the Friday before July 4th, which is about the worst time you can publish something if you're trying to attract publicity, so it was suppressed. But what I found, and it showed, of course, that even in a hospital setting, early treatment made a difference, which was very impressive, because we know that you should give early treatment long before you're hospitalized. But what I found very curious about that study, and I actually called the authors, was they had been ready with that study. It looked like for about 6 weeks. I think it was April. I might be wrong. But I remember being very surprised that they published it around July 2nd, when it seemed as though the study was done and complete by around April. Because in COVID time, everything was being published in pre-press. Everything was having a press release, the moment the data was in. So here you had this large study at an American hospital, Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit, showing that early treatment worked, like hydroxychloroquine, et cetera, worked, even in the hospital setting. It cut mortality, I think it said, by 50%, even in the hospitalized patients. What was the delay? And I asked the authors, and they said that they could not get it published. They could not find a journal, a home for their study, and that the hospital wouldn't let them do a press release until it found a journal, until it was publishable. So we saw stuff like that all the time. The books were being cooked to prevent this information from reaching the audience. If it's okay, I just would like to ask another. I saw one of my other doctors popped in. I think Dr. Barkey had popped in.
And before he speaks, I do want to go ahead and, unless he is ready to speak right now, is he on currently? I do not see him, but we'll allow him to come up in a second here. I did want to play a clip as well that we can discuss. This is from Nora O'Donnell. It's a relatively recent clip. If you don't know Nora O'Donnell, she is definitely very much part of the mainstream media. She's someone who has pushed vaccines before in the past. Bill Gates did an interview with her. She's also correspondent for 60 Minutes. This is someone who's definitely would not be considered in any amount of conspiracy theorist or anything along those lines. And here's a very, very, very interesting interview that she actually recently did with Bill Gates. I'm going to play a 1 and 44-second clip from it, and then we can get everyone's thoughts on it afterwards.
For the Moderna vaccine sound concerning. We looked. After the second dose, at least 80% of participants experienced a systemic side effect, ranging from severe chills to fevers. So, are these vaccines safe?
Well, the FDA, not being pressured, will look hard at that. The FDA is the gold standard of regulators. And their current guidance on this, if they stick with that, is very, very appropriate. And the side effects were not super severe. That is, it didn't cause permanent health problems for the things there. Moderna did have to go with a fairly high dose, and so to get the antibodies. Some of the other vaccines are able to go with lower doses to get responses that are pretty high, including the J&J and the Pfizer. And so there's a lot of characteristics of these vaccines. It's great that we have multiple of them that are going out there. And yes, I think
you know the data better than I do. But the data showed that everybody with a high dose had a side effect.
Yeah, but some of that is not dramatic, where it's just super painful. But yes, we need to make sure there's not severe side effects. The FDA, I think, will do a good job of that, despite the pressure.
So there we go. It's a clip from Bill Gates talking about Moderna and how 80% of people experiencing side effects, which is a little bit strange to hear, because at the beginning we were never told that. We were never told there could be any complications. You were just told everyone needs to get it. It's completely safe. It's completely fine. It's been tested. But the truth is, some of the brands of vaccine did need to go through further testing. Some of them did need to be tweaked or whatever needed to be done to actually make them better first. And of course, that's going to hurt people's trust. Overall, looks like Dr. Simone has a call coming in, maybe one of the hosts coming on. But yeah, I want to get your thoughts on this, Dr. Simone.
I just want to very short point out to people that when you're talking about mandates, or you're talking about even just giving shots voluntarily to a healthy population, the risk assessment for somebody taking a shot, if they're a healthy person, is entirely different than the risk assessment of somebody who has a diagnosis of a disease. I mean, if you are ill and you've got a documented disease and your doctor says to you, there's this new thing and we don't know 100% yet if it's safe, but it may help you in XYZ, and you've got a disease, you are certainly more likely to be willing to try something new. But when you're talking about giving a new medication to millions or billions of people who are otherwise healthy, you better be darn sure that that thing has been studied thoroughly. Don't forget the risk assessment of the group that is being asked to participate in this thing. This was not a group of ill people. This is a group of people whose birthright at the moment they took the shot was to continue on in their healthy life. And we now know that that wasn't the case, that there are scores and scores of people who were healthy one day and they took the shot and they were no longer healthy. And I don't want to forget that the calculation of the risk assessment is different if you're healthy versus if you already have a disease. And it's certainly different if you're going to mandate a medication versus take it voluntarily. And that cannot be forgotten. Thank you.
So if people are listening right now and trying to decide, should they take the vaccine? Which vaccine should they get if they do want to take it? I want people to have more information for deciding that. And so, of course, what I want to do is go ahead and go to you, Dr. Simone, where you can give your thoughts on if people should take the COVID vaccine and also which one they should take if they do want to take it. Then after that, we will go to Joanna and she will give her thoughts on that as well, if you want to, Joanna. And then we can kind of get different perspectives and people can decide based on that if they do want to participate or not.
I'm just going to speak for a moment and then I'd like to invite Dr. Cole to answer that question a little bit more thoroughly. As I said at the outset, as well as being an emergency physician, I'm also an attorney, and I am primarily focused on there not being mandates and not forcing people to do things that they don't want to do. Part of forcing somebody to do something is failure to give them informed consent. Informed consent is a very old doctrine, Nuremberg, etc. Right? You have to have informed consent. We, of course, did not have informed consent with these shots. That's well established. But I am more concerned about the free will of the thing than advising on which one. I know that these shots are not safe, but I'm not against you making a different choice for yourself. I am very much against this being forced on people, and I'd like Dr. Cole to speak to his opinion on the shots.
Hi, Simone. Thank you very much. And what an honor to be here with so many wonderful colleagues. And thank you, Matt, and thank you, Simone, for hosting this. And thank you, Elon, for letting us finally have some free speech. As far as the shots go, I knew something was wrong early on. Those who don't know me, I'm a Mayo Clinic trained, board certified anatomic clinical pathologist. I did PhD work in immunology and virology. The moment that a vaccine program was announced, I knew we were in trouble. And the reason is I knew the history of SARS-CoV-1 and the history of MERS vaccine development. And there was an immunologic reason that those never made it to human market. And that's because of the nature of the family of this virus. I'm not going to get too sciencey and too nerdy, but the basic construct is that this family of viruses mutates just quickly enough that it will always be ahead of any, quote, vaccinal efforts. And once you form an antibody, it can be either your friend for a lifetime or it can become an enemy. And a paper that just came out recently, and I see Dr. Drew's on here, so I know we're going to go over this in a couple of weeks on his show as well with some images, is now we're forming an antibody that is causing immune tolerance. immune tolerance is fine if, you're trying to form, a tolerance against a peanut allergy or a cat dander or a dog dander allergy. But you don't want to form a tolerance against a virus, because then in the future, your body may not be able to recognize that family of viruses. I knew from the get-go you could never vaccinate against coronavirus. So when the push away from early treatment became this large mantra of vaccine, 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 it's our only way out of it, it made no scientific sense whatsoever. Now, the mRNA shots are a new platform, a new technology to try to induce an immune response, but they're not without risks in and of themselves. Lipid nanoparticles are toxic to the human body. The spike protein that your body makes is also toxic to the human body. And as I said in the U.S. Senate a couple of weeks ago in Ron Johnson's hearing, the human cell is meant to make human proteins. The hijacking of your body to make your cells make a foreign protein now makes your cells a target of your own immune system to attack. So I knew early on, and I know to this day, that it's not a good idea to take this approach against a coronavirus of any sort. And now that we're at Omicron, BQ1, BQ11, et cetera, we're far enough out that the shots are expired. Even the quote bivalent shots that have Wuhan BA4, BA5 on them, they're expired. So the only thing they can do now is potentially cause your immune system to harm itself. It's a risk-benefit ratio, and the ratio is 100% risk with zero benefit at this point. From an immunologic point of view. And that's my big concern, is we threw science out the window, as you guys had mentioned earlier. We threw history out the window. We threw common sense out the window. And yet we're still kind of stuck in this space of something that's not useful, that is harmful, instead of focusing on early treatment and lifestyle modifications, etc. So all along, and I'm grateful for Simone for giving me a voice for science early on and being part of the team with her to try to get the message out that, hey, there are common sense things for health and wellness. Pushing a shot that will actually put, immune pressure on variation of the virus. My colleague, Dr. Geert Vanden Bossche over in Belgium, great friends with him. If you haven't read his work, I know it's complex, but it's very critically important, and he's a brilliant virologist, immunologist. We really, really need to understand that what we're doing societally and worldwide is a huge medical mistake. And I invite any and every colleague in about every conversation, look, if you disagree with me, bring me better data. I'm open to the conversation on behalf of patients and humanity. But what we're doing now has to stop, because we're causing more harm than good at this point. And we should have learned from history. And that's just kind of my basic view on this. There shouldn't be a mandate for something that's expired, the shot's expired, to extinct variants. Why would we have mandates for something that's extinct? So just common sense. And, I know there are plenty of speakers here, so I'll wait my turn again and just leave the commentary at that and turn it back over to you, Simone, or to Matt. And again, thank you all for the opportunity. Over.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Ryan. And one of the scariest things, I think, regardless of anyone's opinion, is just that you weren't allowed to question it. You were told, you have to do this. You can't question it. You're not allowed to say, is it bad? Is it good? Or is this one better? Is that one better? You just have to go along with everything. If you even mention the word, you could be banned. It's definitely a scary position that we were in for so long until Elon Musk did purchase Twitter. But even still, on many platforms, you can't question it. You can't even talk about it. What measures and what consequences could that have in the future with other things? It really could take us to a bad place.
Well, I want to jump in on that, because this isn't really just about COVID or SARS, right? There were a lot of things that we weren't allowed to say. There were doctors who put up on their websites, to take vitamin D and vitamin C and get sunlight, that are now being facing the government is at them. I think the FCC or the FTC, I forget which one, are after doctors for posting things like vitamin use, right? I mean, it goes beyond this. I mean, the squelching of the free speech is extraordinarily dangerous, and that's really what we're trying to share with you, is that if we silence doctors from bringing the truth out, everyone is eventually going to suffer. Maybe not this round, but next round and the next round.
I think that's definitely true. We can't have anywhere where the truth is silenced, or else there will be nowhere where the truth can be allowed in a way that's actually allowing people to see the information first before making these decisions. I do want to head and go on to Joanna, like I mentioned earlier. I know you are more pro-vaccine. Would like to hear your thoughts on that as well.
So, that's actually, it's interesting that you say that, because I was one of the people who waited until I absolutely had to take the vaccine at my hospital. I think that there was a lot of concern around the speed with which, it was Operation Warp Speed, the normal process of developing a vaccine and taking them through, all the clinical trials that did happen. But this was a very unusual circumstance. And I think that there was a lot of discomfort among physicians. And I was one of them. And I think that being able to voice that in a safe way, unfortunately, was not the case, back in 2020, especially. And that's part of the reason that I'm on Twitter to begin with. I like the idea of being able to exercise my voice, and I previously had been banned from platforms like Reddit, for instance. So as far as the vaccine goes, I think that there are two real issues that I take with it. Not to say that it is... I do trust the science. I trust the kind of peer review process. I look for those randomized control trials. But I also acknowledge the importance of offering our patients informed consent. And are we really accomplishing that when we don't necessarily have longitudinal data to go off of, and that's the first. It's the first major concern that I have, and the second is mandating the vaccine. And as I mentioned, I'm out here in New York City, and I'm not sure how it functions in other parts of the country, but here you couldn't even go out to a restaurant unless you showed your vaccine. It was like early vaccine, passporting. Which I think is a scary thing. So I believe first that we need the data to be able to provide informed consent, which we may or may not have, depending on who you talk to. I do think that there is a longitudinal component that we really do need to focus on and talk about, and we need to evaluate our current practices against risk benefit. And so that's kind of my position.
Can I chime in here?
Yes, go ahead.
So Joanna, I agree that having double-blind randomized trials would be great for vaccine safety and efficacy. But the fact is, at this point, once the vaccine received emergency use authorization, that was the end of the possibility of doing a randomized controlled trial. So the only randomized controlled trial we have or ever will have on these vaccines, because another one will never be approved by an IRB, is the phase 3 clinical trial that was submitted for authorization to the FDA. And what we saw in that trial, if we're going to consider that the gold standard, and maybe we could bracket Brooke Jackson's whistleblower case and the similar case in Argentina of people involved in that trial claiming that there were fraudulent data. But let's take the data at face value. We saw that there were more deaths in that trial in the vaccine arm than in the placebo arm. It didn't rise to statistical significance. The trial was not large enough to ascertain whether the vaccines actually saved lives or not. So we don't know, based on that data, whether the vaccine saved lives. What we do know is that there were post-marketing surveillance systems put in place to try to monitor vaccine safety after the vaccine was rolled out on a mass scale. VAERS is one of them, and it's a screening mechanism, and it can't establish causality, but it does send up safety signals that require further investigation. And the one safety signal that's been investigated by the FDA and the CDC, namely myocarditis, was confirmed as being a problem related to these vaccines, particularly for men, particularly in younger age groups, an age group that is not at significant risk from COVID. The other vaccine adverse events that have been reported in VAERS and in VSafe have not received the same level of inquiry or investigation. And so, just sitting back and saying, oh gosh, we don't have any randomized controlled trials, so, we can't make a determination on any of these questions, I think is
that's not really what I'm saying. That's not really what I'm saying at all.
Help me to understand what you're saying then, because
I think that from the data that and as far as my position goes, I have discomfort with the existing data. And I look internationally. I'm not just looking at data, here, in the United States. I think that the suppression of data, one thing that's come up repeatedly is the Danish mask study, for instance. I think that when we find things in the negative, it may not be reported. And I share many of the concerns that you have. I think that we very well may be on the same page. I also think that science is important, though, to help in the pursuit of achieving the best outcomes. And I mean, if you compare our medical technologies, even to 10 years ago, how they've progressed so substantially, to discount the good data that does exist, which I would cite out of Israel, really. I think that's relevant.
And I just want to briefly mention as well, make sure to give all of the speakers who are currently here a follow. A lot of voices in this space right now, doing research, actually looking on the front lines, looking into all of these things. So if you want extra information, if you want to really know the truth, rather than just what the mainstream is telling you, make sure to follow every single one of the speakers right now. A lot of very smart people up here. Also, if you're currently listening and you want to help to bring the space out to more people, it's obviously important to help do that so more people can hear the truth and actually hear these conversations. So make sure to share a link to this space. I will be retweeting some people who do that so we can get out to more people and also support Elon Musk's vision for Twitter of actually being able to have it be something that hopefully surpasses the mainstream media. That would be very nice. Now, I do want to move on to another topic here as well. So right now, what we're seeing in China is pretty draconian. We are seeing people who are being forced to stay in their homes, vaccine mandates to extreme levels, people having their, quote, social credit scores taken down if they do not participate, and even often very illogical vaccine practices in some cases and overall COVID practices, rather in most cases. So what can we do to make sure not only the United States does not become like that, how do we fight back and prevent that from happening here? And also, is there anything we can do to help spread awareness and prevent that from happening in other places across the world?
I'll just kick that off a little bit. Thank you for the question, because I think that's the critical number. I'm happy to hear Joanna speak, because it does sound like there is a lot of commonality there. What I urge doctors to do is to not limit themselves to thinking this discussion was about this, quote unquote, the science or a virus, because it's not at all. It's incredibly obvious that this was not about a virus. And the more we talk about, this randomized controlled study or that p-value, the more we're missing what's really actually happening, which is a complete abridgment of our freedom, a complete abridgment. And so I was very frustrated, early on when doctors we're talking about the science as though it was independent of our liberty, because obviously where this is going is to control the people. It couldn't be more obvious. Of course it's affecting. What Joanna calls in New York City, that's what America's Frontline Doctors brought a lawsuit against, who I call Jim Crow de Blasio. Because of course it was to control you. Of course it was to prevent you from going to a restaurant and living a normal life. Of course it was. And so as we doctors and scientists are talking about the data and the studies and the journals, it's frustrating for me to observe, as many non-doctors have observed, this isn't really about A doctor debate, a science debate, this is about losing our freedom. So my answer to your question is, first, pay attention to the real battle, which wasn't really the p-values of random control trials and all that. It was that they were stealing your liberty right in front of you. People were voluntarily showing up at Walgreens and CVS and rolling up their sleeves when there was no informed consent because they were driven by fear. And people were being forced into essentially a social credit score. You couldn't go to a restaurant if you didn't have your vaccine card. So the first thing is awareness. How do you get awareness? You have to have free speech. You have to have free speech. We will slip into a China-like status if we don't have free speech. So that would be how I would kick that off, which is just to don't be so quick to think that just because it looks like medical, it looks like science, that it's not about something else. And two, no matter which side is your belief, always advocate for free speech everywhere you go. It's critical.
Well said. And I do also want to go to Peter for a second here. He's worked for the World Bank. He's been requesting in DMs to speak, also for Crisis Group, for UN. So he definitely has some firsthand experience with this. He also mentioned he has firsthand experience with what's happening in China right now. So let's go ahead and go to him. I also see Brian had his hand up, so we'll go to him next.
Hey, thanks, Matt. I'll be quick. I mean, I'm not a public health official, and I'm not educated in medical professions, but what I do focus on is public policy, including in global public health scenarios. So I lived in Africa for about a year and a bit. We did a lot of work out there on different areas of social deprivation, public policy, and that was around about the time that Ebola began developing. And just as a segue into the Chinese question that you've asked, is that what I understood from being in Africa is that there is a general belief in vaccines. There is a general belief in some of the public health measures that some people in the US and other parts of the world have concerns about. Now, I agree very much with what Joanna said just a minute ago about that to mandate, particularly a new type of vaccine, is quite concerning. So I'm on the fence about. I personally do believe in the vaccinations, but I was completely understanding of those who were skeptical, and even those who are like, no, we don't want to do that. And equally, I understand those who are against. I myself am against the forced imposition on it and the fact that people may lose their jobs and therefore livelihoods because they don't take the vaccination. So I think that that's a very important separate conversation. It needs to be had so that you can go to a deeper depth of sort of nuance about it. When it comes to China, China's a centralized state. The Chinese Communist Party, control almost every avenue of people's lives. They have a genuine social credit system by which if you steal an apple, you will be prevented from going to a certain school, living in a certain neighborhood. You literally have it's like your social credit score, but it literally defines your entire life and economic options. And I think it's this sort of draconianism which a lot of people in certain parts of the globe are concerned about, because it's like, are we seeing our governments, be them in the United States, Britain, Europe, wherever it is, increasingly encroach on our personal and civil liberties? I do think it's important to keep in mind, though, that the Chinese have, continued to impose zero COVID policy up until the past month, whilst the US and others have retracted on their imposition of theirs. What I'm concerned about now is that we have about 200 million cases, about 30 million cases a day being identified within China. And whilst a lot of other Asian countries have sort of sustained this behavior around use of masks, distancing, cleansing of hands, that sort of thing, in the West we've deviated away from that. And so if there is to continue to be flights from Beijing or Shanghai to DC to Frankfurt to London or wherever it is, I'm concerned about the transmissibility of this, because China's very black and white. They've gone from 100% imposition, either you are vaccinated or you are in the hospitals or you're in X, Y, and Z. And there was very little maneuverability for sort of partial, self-responsibility, if that makes sense. So sort of self-isolation wasn't actually a policy until the what would you call it? The protests, the white paper protests from about a month ago. So it's this sudden shift in the policy. The CCP themselves don't really know what to do. President Xi has never faced a situation like this. And you're seeing basically the CCP scramble a little bit. They're out of their depth. I think the US and other countries need to take a stronger stance to resist that the fallout that can come from that.
Matt, if I just want to add something, then I want to call on Tom Fenton to speak. I just want to say that I think it's very naive to think that we're that different from what China is doing. We brought a lawsuit against Kaiser. America's Frontline Doctors brought a lawsuit against Kaiser in which we outlined, because Kaiser had instituted a policy whereby they were requiring the nurses to get the shot, is quite frankly. And you might say, well, that's okay, that's a private employer to do it. But what Kaiser did is that they weighed so heavily and they were so inextricably linked to the state of California that they acted as one. What do I mean? There were 9 people on the board to determine if this would be statewide policy. 5 of those entities were actually Kaiser, 3 were Kaiser related, and 1 was the CDC. So that panel of 9 determined that the shots should be mandatory throughout the state, which then gave Kaiser tremendous opportunity to not have to engage in bargaining with the nurses union, which did not want this mandatory. So it was much too cozy between Kaiser and the state. And I would suggest to people to really pay attention and be awake and not be so certain that we're not already slipping into like state-controlled policies. And I certainly welcome Tom Fenton to speak on this issue.
Just before that, but there is no way we are going towards such a centralized threat as the CCP. The fact that we can even have this conversation is a reassurance in that. I understand where you're coming from, but I do think we need to keep a distinction between the governance model of the US and the governance model of the Chinese.
Well, just quick, thank you, Simone. Good to hear you, and I'm glad you're out of jail, just both metaphorically and literally. One of the dark sides of what Peter's mentioning is that we couldn't have this conversation on Facebook and we couldn't have it on YouTube. They'd take it down and they wouldn't allow it to take place. And we have the New York Times just today attacking Twitter for allowing this type of, quote, disinformation on there, saying that we're going to kill people. So, nothing has changed in terms of the big media and big tech approach to discussions of these matters, which have life or death consequences. And, I think one way to think about this, or a way to think about this, is we should consider these public health agencies, whether here nationally or transnationally at the WHO, as much of a menace to our freedom and truth as we would, any other, quote, deep state agency. When you see behind the scenes the petty, vindictive, anti-rational approach to these issues by folks like Fauci and Collins and company, it's hard to imagine being able to trust these agencies to advise us at how many times a day to brush our teeth. That they've ruined, in my view, the credibility of the public health establishment, one which did have significant credibility, at least in the beginning of COVID. And when you see documents behind the scenes that they had contempt for those who, signed the Barrington Declaration, were seeking to censor them, when they were as worried about gain of function in China as every other person who looked at it, but in fact publicly told us otherwise and censored anyone who shared their concerns behind the scenes. And then with the vaccine approval process, I know the documents that Judicial Watch has been able to obtain, no normal person, sensible person, a citizen, or in my view, a medical expert would look at this material and think that there was enough in the way of studies to warrant the the idea that these vaccines were as safe as effective as they were as was being sold to us. The lipo nanoparticles, those miraculous technology that were designed to get potentially life-saving medicine past the blood-brain barrier in places that otherwise medicine would have difficulty reaching. It turned out to be a mess, and they already knew it was a mess in terms of using it for for vaccines. And they knew initially and lied when they said, "Oh, it doesn't go anywhere other than your lymph nodes under your arm. Don't worry, it gets all washed out." And then they didn't do any of the long-term studies, or no study that any person looking at it would say, "Why haven't you done this? Why haven't you done that?" Because they decided internally, and this is not done alone. We have to remember, these corporations and the pharmaceutical companies, they don't engage in this process by themselves. They do it in literal partnership with the FDA. The FDA is looking over their shoulder at all times during these clinical studies and these other studies. And they didn't do anything in the way of studies that would suggest or warrant the promotion of these vaccines. And sure enough, behind the scenes, and sometimes it got out publicly, they knew it wasn't enough. So there was in my view, a lot of fraud going on. I think the lies about gain of function and the promises to get that things wouldn't be done in terms of gain of function to get government money, that were lies, that would require, in my view, criminal investigations as to the fraud. Who in the government knew about that fraud and who in the private sector benefited from that fraud. And then, of course, we have the false testimony by folks like Fauci and Birx, for instance, knowingly manipulating the regulatory process to advance her agenda over the direction of those who were put in place by the American people to supervise her and get this public policy. So this is kind of a rule of law crisis, but it's also a credibility crisis for the public health establishment that has, in my view, lost any credibility, just the way the DOJ and the FBI and the CIA have because of their abuses of power recently. And I don't know how they get it back, but you have to wonder if this is how they tested and approved this vaccine. You got to wonder, can they be trusted to do anything else in terms of other drugs that are coming to the market? Because that's how awful it is. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for coming on. And there's no doubt that politicians, even though they've never necessarily been the most upstanding people, for especially the last few decades, we've seen an increase year over year, almost every single year, in politicians using their power for their own greed to enrich themselves and to put themselves first before the people. And there's no doubt that many politicians did use the situation with COVID in the world to benefit themselves in various different ways. And they don't plan to stop. I mean, in many places, including the United States, there are still politicians right now that are purposefully and actively benefiting from a pandemic, which is an absolutely gross misuse of power, and it should never be allowed to happen. I do want to go ahead and add on Joanna. She's about to get off. She did want to add a few closing thoughts, and then we will get back to Peter as well, because he wants to add a few things as well.
Thank you. I'm just grateful to be a part of this space. Thank you so much for including me. I did just want to mention, as far as gain of function, for the audience, this is when we genetically enhance biological organisms, and in this case viruses, to make them more transmissible and more deadly. And it was actually there was a moratorium on gain of function research under the Obama administration in 2014. But then, obviously there was research that was funded, in Wuhan going on. But I think that this is an incredibly rich topic and something that we need to really focus on for the purpose of biosafety and security in the future. And I just wanted to leave on that note, because I think that is really, thinking forward, where we need to, what we need to keep in mind. But I want to thank the space, and I hope that you have me again in the future. But everybody have a good night.
Yeah, of course, we absolutely will. And have a good night to you as well. Let's go ahead and go to Peter now and get your thoughts on this. You wanted to offer a clarification.
Yeah, no, just very quickly. I come in and I'm very straight to the point, and I think that puts some people's backs up perhaps. But I want to make it very clear that I stand very much in alignment with a lot of what Tom has said. with what Joanna has said. I appreciate the skepticism and concerns that a lot of people have. I think it's one of these things that people see certain organizations affiliated with me or people's backgrounds, and they make quick presumptions about where they sit on things. So some people have called me a tool in the comments, or I'm a shill, and I understand that. I don't, but I think it's more nuanced than simply conflating one organization with your entire perspective on a said issue. So I personally do not think that the way the United States is going in the suppression of certain perspectives is very healthy. Be it public health conversations or politics more broadly, it is not okay to censor certain individuals who have a different perspective. And that's why Mario, who's with us now, I very much appreciate his spaces, because he did do a very effective job on Monday when I was partially participating in bringing lots of different voices to the table, right? And having, say, Dr. Drew, who I knew was co-hosting in this space today, you know, being challenged by other medical practitioners about, you know, some of his perspectives, but also the way that the media frames things. I, for one, have lost all senses of trust. Well, maybe trust is a strong word, but I certainly look at the New York Times, CNN, and other quite left-leaning media corporation entities with a degree of sort of distance these days, because I do find that they push a very, very certain narrative, and I don't like that. Dr. Drew, even to paraphrase him, he said, you know, we've got to move past this point of narratives even. And I think that that's very true as well. So I just want to speak to that point, because when I frame my points, I'm trying to be balanced. I do have my perspectives, of course, but equally I'm not just trying to emphasize or push some agenda. And that's why I was keen to participate in this conversation now and clarify my thoughts. And Matt, I encourage you, Mario, and others to have a conversation on the epidemiological front of this, because it's all important to have the US-focused conversation. But when you're talking about vaccines and the delivery of them to other regions and vaccine diplomacy, that's also a very important element that can play into the psyches of public health officials across the world, be it the WHO, UN, or whoever it is. And I think, Tom, you know, you've spoken to some good points on that. But anyway, thanks a lot, Matt. Appreciate you, and see you in the future.
Yeah, of course. That sounds good. And we also, speaking on the point of other countries, I have been getting a couple tweets and messages saying that people in certain countries are unable to join the spaces. One from Guzer right here, where it basically just says he's not allowed to join. A couple other comments like that. I'm not sure exactly why that's happening. It seems like there may be something going on.
Yeah, I just want to share with the group that I've received that message as well. That it's difficult. It's hard for me to listen to some of the speakers who think that we're not in like jeopardy of our freedom, when literally I'm getting messages from people who are trying to get in and saying that they can't get in, that there's Twitter problems. Literally, we've all seen the government coming out hard against Elon's purchase of Twitter. I don't know if you've noticed that, Matt. People have said to you that they couldn't get into the space.
Yeah, a couple of people saying that right now. It looks like in other countries, primarily, I believe in the United States, it's still accessible, which is very strange. I've never heard of that happening before. I guess the one thing you can do if you're listening right now to actually help counteract that, if we can get everyone to tweet out a link to the spaces so that people can see it and join it more easily, that could help. And also let me know in my DMs if you are unable to join the space, or if you were at first or now you are. We'll try to get to the bottom of this, and also see if Elon Musk maybe can give us insight on if perhaps this is just an old Twitter policy at work. Who knows? It's hard to say for sure. And looks like we also have Brian with his hand up here. Let's go ahead and go to Brian and see his thoughts.
Yeah, so a couple of things that I think we're definitely all on the same page with. Number one is a common sense approach to what's going to happen next, right? So that's number one. I think what's missing in a lot of these vaccine conversations right now, number one, is natural immunity. Okay? Natural immunity trumps vaccinated immunity any way you look at it. And by now, most people have had COVID in some form, whether it's the Alpha, the Delta, the Omicron, the whatever you want to call it. So we've all been exposed to this virus, and the virus is changing faster than they can put out the vaccines. So I want to make that crystal clear. It's not that we don't want these vaccines to work. It's just the fact is that they're too far behind, And the severity of illness, guys, the severity of illness at this point in time is a lot less than it was when we saw Alpha and Delta. A lot less. I have only seen one case of COVID pneumonia in the last 10 months in my clinic, where we were seeing 5, 6, 7 cases a day with Delta. So I want to make that point as well. Next, the point I want everybody to understand, because we have a lot of listeners, is majority of people in the world want self-directed healthcare, meaning they want to have the ability to choose the type of healthcare and the doctor that they want with the relationship that they've established with their care provider. And that's being interrupted because you're not allowing physicians or practitioners the freedom to have conversations with their patients anymore. Okay? And the last thing I want to wrap this up with, from my perspective, is the ability for physicians to use FDA-approved drugs off-label given to us by the Federal Drug Administration back in, 1999, I believe, says we can use drugs off-label as long as we deem it appropriate. Taking the tools out of the toolbox when we're trying to fight a deadly virus is criminal. And I think that is one of the biggest things that's being missed. Okay? Health-directed freedom, allowing doctors to be doctors, informed consent, natural immunity, because right now, as of, in a couple of days, January 1, 2023, California AB 2098 comes into effect that says, I can't have the conversation with my patients unless it's part of the contemporary belief, whatever that means. Because if not, I run the risk of losing my medical license. And I think that's a damn shame that it's happening here in this country, okay, where we talk about what's going on in China. Well, that's happening here in California. And I think it's a damn shame that we can't have real conversations with our patients because we're going to be afraid to lose our medical license.
Well said. And I think one other thing I would love to ask you, so in terms of, especially at first, you said you were getting a lot more people having those severe cases. In terms of age group, what did you see the most of? I imagine it was primarily and almost exclusively elderly people. We didn't really have a lot of cases from what I saw that were more on the younger side. Is that true? Or did you also see some younger cases as well?
Actually, in our clinic, we did see younger cases. We saw patients in their 30s. I had pregnant women, 36-week pregnant with COVID pneumonia. I had all the way up to 104 years old with COVID pneumonia. We had patients who left the hospital AMA and came to our clinic with pulse oxes in the 86% range. But, it's their choice. It's their decision. Nobody told them, hey, take your loved one out of the hospital. Nobody said, hey, come to our clinic for our treatment. But people found out through experience that what worked, what was working, and the problem that we had at first was offering no treatment to somebody with a deadly disease is criminal. Go home and wait 10 days until you can't breathe, until you're so sick that you go to the hospital and you get put on a ventilator. That was never an option for me. My rationale for that was very clear. If I'm wrong, people are still going to die because doing nothing was killing people. But if I'm right, how many lives would we have saved? And we saved thousands of lives. Now translate that across the nation. Translate that across the world. What did we miss and how many lives were lost because we couldn't even have a conversation in public? That's what's so makes me so furious with what went on over the last 3 years. And
I just want to throw in there, and Matt, I was unable to get Dr. Farella. She's a pediatrician, and I think she's in the space, MD Farella, just to speak about the kids. So I think one of the clues that there was something else going on here is that by the CDC's own data, this was never a risk to children. It was a statistical zero risk that a child would die from SARS-2, a healthy child. I'm not saying a very compromised child, but somebody under age 18, I forgot the exact numbers, but it was 0.0003, 0.0007, something like that a healthy person under age 17 or 18 was going to die from SARS-2. And yet we're having all these draconian policies where kids can't go to school and kids have to actually get a shot. So this is why we are so suspicious of our public health agencies at this point because they're mandating things for children and they're mandating things for pregnant women that are brand new. This had never really happened in medicine before. So there you go. And if Dr. Farella is available, I think she could speak to the issue for children.
I do not see her currently as a speaker. We'll try to add her on in a little bit here. One other thing to mention with that is I think some of the things that they were pushing forward actually hurt children's health. And that's what's most scary about it. And even with that, you weren't allowed to question it. For example, the idea of a small child wearing a mask all day long at school, even though, like Dr. Simone said, they had a extremely low risk, especially if healthy, of actually seeing severe complications. And in many places right now, there's still schools where you have to wear a mask all day long as a young child. And I understand being cautious, but that seems like massively taking it too far. And as someone, I currently have a 2.5-month-old daughter, I'm definitely worried that in the future she could be forced to wear a mask all day long at school. And could that be hurting her oxygen levels? Could that be causing other problems?
And I want to throw in, as a lawyer, this is very, very scary stuff. I'm a parent, and let me tell you what was going on in our nation. When the shots were approved for age 12 to 15, it wasn't but 2 weeks till some local jurisdictions passed rules that said that a child could get the shot without parental consent or parental knowledge. This happened in San Francisco. It happened in other cities. So let's take a pause here and say and think that through. So there's a virus going around that essentially does not harm your child. Maybe your child gets sick, maybe your child doesn't get sick, but doesn't cause severe harm. And for this, the parental rights were being abridged. A child could go to school, there'd be a pop-up clinic at the school, and if the child was over age 12, the child could consent themselves to get the shot without the parents' knowledge. You can't go on a field trip, you can't even have a school lunch, right, without the parents' consent, but you were allowed to consent to a new shot. And you cannot look at this and think that this was purely about science. It was about control, in something other than science. And this was not really well understood and perceived, but I suggest to the audience that when within 2 weeks of it being approved as an EUA for age 12 to 15, the city of San Francisco allowing the child to consent on their own behalf really needs to raise your concern. Tom Finton, please.
One thing as we go forward is obviously Fauci accountability and the accountability of the agencies responsible for lying about the gain of function and for continuing to pursue gain of function research here in the United States and other dangerous research on pathogens needs to be addressed. But we also need to address the idea that we can't have someone like that ever again in a position of power, that we've got to decentralize NIH and NIAID in terms of funding responsibilities and direction. No more Dr. Fauci's.
I think Dr. Fauci is definitely currently one of the most controversial public officials ever. The levels of trust in him have certainly gone down over time. And it's undeniable that he even admitted that he has purposely misled us on a couple of things, which I think is unfortunate. I mentioned that earlier in the spaces. And I think I definitely agree with you, Tom, that when we do put people in these positions of power, in many cases they should be elected, not just hired by a random president. With Dr. Fauci, for example, he's been there for a very long time, and he's not technically an elected official. We should have elected officials in all those positions of extreme power. And I want to go ahead and go to Stephen as well. You've had your hand up for a while. What are your thoughts on this?
Firstly, phenomenal space, Matt, and phenomenal panel. Thank you so much for including me on it. I actually had a question for the practitioners on the panel. To what degree, if any, has the monetary gain played over the prioritization of pushing some medications and treatments more than others? For example, as you guys well know, ivermectin's pretty cost effective, pretty efficient, cheap medication to prescribe and things like that. So, to your scope, your guys' scope of knowledge and experience, how much of a factor was that?
It's a huge factor. Initially we were getting medications given to us
by the government. And now, for example, if we want molnupiravir, which is approved for COVID-19 treatment, we have to buy it at $3,000 a dose. So yeah, they're making a large amount of money on all of these emergency use authorized drugs while discounting the drugs that we've been using. And it was interesting listening to the FDA lawyers on the ivermectin case stating, oh, well, we never told them they couldn't use it. We just recommended against it. Yet, if you tried to fill a prescription in the pharmacies were saying it's not approved for COVID treatment. You can use it for antiparasitic treatment. You can use it for scabies. But if you took it for COVID-19, your head was going to explode, and therefore you couldn't take it. It just made no sense to us. So definitely there was a monetary gain.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, of course. Thanks, Stephen. And probably one of the biggest monetary gainers, if we want to coin that term, would be the people who are pushing out the vaccines. It's not just this charity effort. It's not just people who are trying to help necessarily. People have made millions and millions and hundreds of millions, in many cases, of dollars off of the COVID vaccine. We're talking about these massive companies that are just getting essentially blank checks in some cases from the government. And so how big of a role, I wonder, did they play in some of the things we saw? Because they wanted us to be as misinformed as possible. They wanted everyone to be told you have to get the vaccine, period. You can't even have information about which vaccine's better, which vaccine's worse. You just have to go get it immediately. You have to get all of it. You can't even question it. You can't wait until another study came out. You can't do any of that. You just have to get it. And they made a bunch of money from that. It's really scary to think that's something that's happening in our politics today.
Moderna had 11 straight years of financial losses. That's 44 quarters of financial loss. 44 quarters until spring 21. And I believe Pfizer took in $82 billion in 21. So some very huge number like that. And there were also financial incentives to be diagnosed with COVID. If you were diagnosed with COVID pneumonia versus regular pneumonia, the hospitals were paid higher, things like that. So there was tremendous financial incentive. And I'm an emergency physician. I actually don't blame the frontline doctors at all. It was more of a systemic kind of problem. I think, the doctor was just kind of doing what the policy had been set by the hospital, but the hospitals were absolutely financially incentivized to put certain diagnoses down over other diagnoses. COVID was a more lucrative diagnosis than others.
Interesting. I didn't even know that. So that many years of
100%. 13th. I believe the numbers. If you were admitted just to a med-surg floor, but COVID was on your chart, I believe it was $13,000. And if you were in an ICU, I wish Dr. Jensen was still on the call, I believe it was $30,000. And these were higher numbers than if you were admitted for just a regular pneumonia or you know what I'm saying? If COVID was part of the diagnosis, your payment was higher. And I'm not attributing intent. I'm agnostic as to what the intent was, but it was a factual matter that it was more lucrative if COVID was on the diagnosis.
Interesting. And one other thing that we saw is with the shift in culture of now people being more pro kids being able to make their own decisions and that type of thing, and parents not being allowed, and people being more pro, oh, you have to push the mainstream narrative. You cannot question it. We definitely saw a lot of people going and getting the vaccine without even doing any research first, just blindly accepting what they were told and going and getting it, not even deciding which one's best, which one's worse. So one other question I did want to ask to the doctors on the panel, I don't think we've really kind of gone through names yet. Do you guys have an idea, if people do want to get the vaccine, which one they should get? Which vaccine is the best now? Which vaccine is the worst now? Are there any studies that you can point to on that for people who are interested to know more?
The COVID vaccine and the Pfizer vaccine are more or less the same, except for the dose of mRNA that you get. Moderna has considerably higher dose. They went for greater efficacy in their clinical trials. That's what they were aiming for. And they ended up having efficacy that was a little bit longer lived than Pfizer. We've talked a lot about safety, but we haven't talked much about the rapidly declining vaccine efficacy that we saw within months of the vaccine rollout. So if you're wanting to minimize side effects, I think you should be cautious with all the vaccines. But if I had to choose one, I would probably get the Pfizer over the Moderna because it's basically a lower dose of the same thing. And so we have seen there's several credible studies suggesting that vaccine adverse events are more frequent with Moderna than with Pfizer. But with that said, we've seen very serious adverse events with all of the vaccines currently on the market in the U.S. And so I would advise caution for anyone who's considering either being vaccinated for the first time or getting another booster. The booster evidence suggests a diminishing return on investment. Each booster lasts for a shorter period of time than the previous one, which is why the call for more and more frequent vaccination has been a feature of the mass vaccination campaign over the last year. And there's also evidence suggesting if you've had COVID already and then you boost again, you may have higher risk of vaccine adverse effects. I posted a number of studies on my Substack more than a year ago, actually, that showed that, and we've seen more studies of that kind since then. So I would advise caution on the vaccines and careful research and listening to voices who are both favorable toward and skeptical of the vaccines. I want to mention too.
Quickly, Doctor, this is Tom Fitton. Dr. Drew mentioned, I think it was the day before yesterday, one of the spaces, that, he would think that, those of a certain age, 75 and up, and then, going down from there, the efficacy and I guess the risk profile of the vaccines is better the older you are. Is that a way of thinking about it you would agree with?
Well, that was true in the early clinical trials, but you have to understand that the virus has evolved since then. And so, some of the data is outdated in terms of efficacy, because the efficacy is not going to be the same for a new variant as it was for an older variant. You also have to take into account whether or not the person has already had COVID. So there's also a collection of studies suggesting that if you've already had COVID, the vaccines not only might put you at an increased risk of adverse effects, but they may actually impair your immunity. And the reason is natural immunity, and by natural immunity, I don't mean the innate immunity that all of us have, whether or not we've been exposed to the virus. All of us have a functioning immune system that wards off viruses and other pathogens all the time. But by natural immunity, I mean infection-induced immunity. The B cell response, which creates antibodies, and the T cell response. T cells are the other branch of the immune system that kills infected cells. When you vaccinate with any of the vaccines currently on the market, you get one antigen, one part of the virus, namely the spike protein. And that happens to be the part of the virus that is mutating most rapidly under pressure from the fact that we vaccinated in the middle of a pandemic. You get antibodies to that spike protein. That's the form of immunity that you get from a vaccine. And think of it as if anyone's ever, gone hunting or clay shooting or whatever, if you're hunting with a shotgun, you get a spray that's much easier to hit a moving target with, like a bird. If you're hunting with a rifle, you got to be really, really good to hit the target because there's one bullet coming out aiming at the target rather than a broad spray. What happens with vaccine immunity is that you get one bullet and you get the immune system focused on the original spike protein from the original variant, or if it's the bivalent booster, the spike protein from a newer variant, though not necessarily the most recent one. We can't develop these vaccines fast enough to catch up to the evolving spike protein. Whereas natural immunity, you get a very broad-based response. It's more like that shotgun. You get a B cell response and a T cell response. You get antibodies to multiple parts of the virus. That's why natural immunity is always the gold standard immunity. Natural immunity is what vaccines try to imitate without ever, fully achieving. They try to imitate your body's natural response to being infected, but without making you sick. That's the whole concept behind a vaccine. So if you've already had COVID, your risk-benefit ratio for these vaccines, even if you're over the age of 70 and have multiple co-occurring conditions and are at significant risk of bad outcomes from COVID, your risk differs very significantly based on whether you've already been infected or not. You can get reinfected with COVID, but all of the evidence suggests that reinfections are shorter lived and milder, and that rates of hospitalizations and deaths with a second infection are as close to zero as you can get in medicine. Nothing in medicine is 100%, but very, very negligible risks from repeat infections. So I think all of those factors have to be taken into account. It's hard to make a blanket age recommendation, even for the highest risk age group, which is the elderly, because some of these other factors are in play. And I think the one factor that people should be most cognizant of is whether they've had COVID or not. You can get an antibody test. That antibody test may not definitively tell you whether you've had COVID. The reason is antibody levels always decline over time eventually. That doesn't mean that your immunity to COVID has declined. That's a common misconception that the public has. Antibodies always decline eventually, whether from natural immunity or from vaccine immunity. Long-term immunity is conferred by memory B cells, which are the cells that make antibodies when you're re-exposed to the virus. And those ramp up very quickly upon re-exposure to the virus. Or memory T cells, that other branch of the immune system that we've been entirely ignoring during COVID. There is a T cell test that stays positive, as far as we know, indefinitely. It's called the memory, I believe it's called the memory detect test. But you can get either an antibody test or probably more reliably a T cell test that can tell you, not perfectly, these tests are not perfect, but with a reasonable degree of confidence whether or not you've had COVID. And I would take that definitely into consideration when considering whether or not to get a vaccine or a booster.
That was extremely insightful. A lot of really interesting points there that I may not have even thought about at all, which is one of the reasons why it's so scary that we haven't even been allowed to offer other perspectives, because you wouldn't even think about necessarily, oh, well, is it better to not get a vaccine if I've already had COVID? Or should I get it anyway? Like that type of thing, you aren't allowed to question it. And of course, that's in large part, like Dr. Simone said, motivated by profit and motivated by politicians' greed. So thank you so much, Aaron, for coming on and giving that insight there.
Matt, the name of the test is T-Detect. That was the name of the test.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you for that.
Could I ask a quick question of the doctors, Matt? It's related to what Aaron was just raising.
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll go ahead and go back to Dr. Simone after
Thank you very much. Yeah, so, Doctor, I appreciate your perspective on that. And one of the things, as I think Dr. Simone and others have been alluding to, is this concern about, this new form of vaccinations and the fact that it was rolled out in such a quick way without, enough time to get it sort of tested and double verified in that way. So going forward, what do you think should be done to sort of better assess these types of new forms of vaccinations? If we've got a potential scare from China, given what's happening, how do you see that should be responded to? And I'd love to hear.
No, yeah, that's a great question. I'll offer a few thoughts, and then I'm sure the other doctors will have their own thoughts. The original clinical trials did not have death as an endpoint, meaning they were not adequately powered. There were not enough people in those clinical trials to say whether or not the vaccines lowered your risk of dying from COVID. So the answer when the mass vaccination campaign started, and the answer even when vaccine mandates were implemented as to whether or not this vaccine would lower your mortality was, we don't know. And if anything, what the clinical trials showed, most people aren't aware, is there were actually more deaths in the vaccine arm of the FDA phase 3 clinical trials for Pfizer. There were more deaths in that arm than in the placebo arm. Now, it didn't rise to statistical significance because there were not enough people in the study. But, if anything, the evidence, the imperfect evidence we had at that point was not only that the vaccines didn't save lives, but they may actually increase your risk of mortality. So I think we have to be clear about what we know and what we don't know. Future vaccine clinical trials need to test not just for symptoms or hospitalization, but for the outcomes that are, most important, namely mortality. And we also have to have, I think there needs to be a lot of reforms of our public health agencies, because our public health agencies, whether the CDC, the FDA, or the NIH, were in a position where they were compromised, in my view, by clear financial and other conflicts of interest. And I'm no fan of Anthony Fauci. I wrote a piece about him recently, published in Compact magazine, saying farewell to Fauci and critiquing some of the information we had on him from our deposition in the Missouri v. Biden case. But you could get rid of Anthony Fauci and put a person with more integrity in that position. And these systemic conflicts of interest, these systemic problems would still be there. So it's not just about replacing, people that are compromised with people that may behave with more integrity. And without going on too long, I'll maybe just name one or two areas that need to be fixed in this regard. First of all, most people aren't aware. So of those three agencies that I mentioned, just to be clear, the FDA is the gatekeeper. They approve new products, whether a vaccine or a new medication, to go to market. The NIH funds most biomedical research in the United States. Greater than 80% of medical research in the United States is funded by the NIH. And that funding is actually controlled by a small number of people like Anthony Fauci at the NIH. So one answer to the question as to why more doctors and researchers didn't speak out is that Anthony Fauci should never have been in a position as the White House coronavirus advisor of opining on public health policies at all. And the reason is he controls the purse strings for most medical research in the United States. And if he's saying something on TV, your medical researchers at our major universities are going to be very reluctant. And if they're not reluctant, their university will be very reluctant, will be very concerned if they are speaking out, challenging any of Anthony Fauci or Francis Collins' preferred policies. So their job is to fund biomedical research. Their job was never to give advice on public health, and those two roles should have been completely separated. Most people are also not aware that the NIH co-owns the patent on the Moderna vaccine. So 6 members of the NIAID, Fauci's division, receive royalty payments from the Moderna vaccine, and that division itself receives royalty payments from the Moderna vaccine. So why didn't we give stronger consideration to other non-mRNA products like the Novavax? Well, the NIH had a vested financial interest in the success, the financial success of that product. So that's the NIH. The NIH also is not supposed to be funded directly by pharma, but both the NIH and the CDC found a way around that a few years ago by setting up the NIH Foundation and the CDC Foundation. And those foundations give money to those agencies, but most of those donations come from pharma, and their boards, their board of directors for these foundations are peopled with pharmaceutical executives. So they found a way to do an end run around federal law in terms of directly funding those agencies. The FDA also gets most of its funding now from the very industry that it was supposed to regulate. Most of the, I have the exact number in my book, and I don't have it at my fingertips, but I want to say it's north of 60% of the FDA's funding now comes from user fees paid by the pharmaceutical company to expedite the approval process, to get their product moved to the front of the line so the FDA will, prioritize it and look at it, more quickly than a product from a company that's not paying that user fee. So we see clear financial conflicts of interest in these agencies that need to be dealt with. And I think until we start addressing those systemic problems, this whole issue of trust is going to be really, really difficult and problematic because, again, you can fire the directors, you can fire the division heads and replace them with better people. But the problem isn't necessarily the people. I have no doubt there are a lot of good people of goodwill who want to do good work at these agencies. But when they're structured in such a way that they rely on funding from the very industries that they were set up to regulate and to ensure that the profit motive didn't take precedent over public health and over public safety, but we're setting ourselves up in many respects for the kind of problems that we saw manifesting during the pandemic.
Thanks a lot, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you for coming on and bringing some insight that I think a lot of people would have never heard anywhere else if you were not on to say it right now. Let me go ahead and go as well to Tara Bow. She's had her hand up for a while here. Tara Bow is someone who is one of the top Spaces hosts on Twitter currently, and so it'll be interesting to hear what she has to say. Go ahead. And then we'll go to Ryan Cole after that. Are you there, Tara? Well, maybe she's having a technical issue. She's had her hand up for about 15 minutes now, so whenever she gets back on, we'll let her speak. Until then, let's go ahead and go to Ryan Cole here and get his thoughts.
Thank you so much. I think she's experiencing the same Twitter gremlins that I was. I had to log back on, so it worked. Anyway, I wanted to comment real quick on your question, which of all the shots, would be the safest. And I want to go back just to the basic immunology, because this is one of my fortes. My biggest concern is what we call immune imprinting or antibody-dependent enhancement, which means the antibodies you form, if you get this shot to these extinct variants, you're forming an antibody that's going to bind and, in the future, Trojan horse the virus into your own immune cells and cause a worse reaction. And it's like putting blinders on a horse, where the horse can only eventually just see the road in front of it, and all those other proteins, that Aaron had mentioned in the virus, where you want that broad shotgun approach to immunity, you can only see the road. And the more shots you get, your broad immune response weakens. Your natural broad immunity to any invader eventually fades. And the other thing to consider is, how does the virus get into your body? It gets in through your nose, your eyes, your mouth, your throat. You have a special type of immunity there called secretory IgA antibodies. These are like the little brooms or mops in your nose and throat. So you're constantly exposed to this virus over and over and over again in small amounts. And your body, if you have that immunity, will remember it, clear it, and you just don't get infected. The problem is, when you inject into the arm, you're forming a systemic IgG antibody response, but you don't form this very specific IgA secretory antibody response where the virus comes in. So any of these shots, be it, the just Novavax-killed protein to an extinct variant, or the mRNA, be it Moderna or Pfizer, or even the whole killed virus, you're forming an immune response to a virus that doesn't exist anymore, that's extinct in humanity. And now you're narrowing your immune response for future immune reactions. So this is where the shots are all expired. And this is where we're playing immunologic roulette with the immune systems of humanity if we continue this. So the short answer is none of them are okay. And even to keep a job, since when is an employer a physician, and when do they get to practice medicine without a license? It's really highly concerning that we're still pushing a shot program that's expired, and yet here we are. So, those are my few comments, just out of grave immunologic concern for humanity. And I don't mean to sound too hyperbolic. It's just immunology, basically 202, 303. It's not upper level immunology. This is basic. So just wanted to share those thoughts. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, Ryan. And then I did want to go to Catherine as well next. She had a question she wanted to ask.
Thanks, Matt. So my question is, a lot of the conversation that I've heard in this space, and as well as other spaces, a lot of it revolves around, is very U.S. centric, and there's a lot of criticism in terms of the systems and sort of the corruption that it allows in terms of the pharmaceutical companies and the CDC and so on. But a lot of the policies and all of that stuff that in terms of the approach towards vaccination, policies in terms of mandates, passports, masking, even the things that, now in retrospect seem almost irrational. A lot of that was followed very closely, very similarly by other countries, including in Europe and, in Asia and other places. So it seemed like a lot of countries there's almost like this cooperation going on. So I wanted to get some thoughts from some of the panelists here who are more involved in this space and get their thoughts on how that sort of happened. Was there some sort of cooperation that was going on? How does that happen?
So that's a great question, Catherine. Just a couple of quick remarks. The first thing to realize is that many countries do not have their own equivalent of a CDC or an FDA. Many countries simply will do what the United States does in terms of those regulatory functions. So I think part of the reason, not the entire reason, but part of the reason that the COVID response seemed to be pretty uniform globally for at least for the better part of a year is that most countries, in fact, followed our lead. So after the US lockdown in February of 2020, most other countries did the same on the assumption that, these people have what we've been told is the gold standard in terms of public health agencies, in terms of public health funding. So we're gonna key off what they're doing. So that's part of the answer. But then you saw some divergence starting to happen when particularly several European countries that had the resources to start doing some of their own research, some of their own assessment, they have diverged from many of the policies in the United States. Sweden, of course, went with a policy avoiding lockdowns and avoiding school closures. And if you do age-adjusted mortality, they came out looking very, very good at the end of that. So they were widely criticized in 2020 for not following the worldwide lockdown process, but I think they have now been more than vindicated. Same on the vaccines. So most Americans are not aware that there are several European countries that have basically said we're not going to recommend vaccination, or we're even going to take some of these products off the market, particularly for certain age groups. So people under the age of 30 or people under the age of 50 in some countries are not eligible for these vaccines because their countries have done their own assessment and said, no, we've decided now to diverge and part ways with the United States. There was another strange phenomenon that happened during the pandemic. I say it's strange because by far and away, more than the rest of the world combined, with the exception of China, we spend more on biomedical and public health research than anywhere else. We have the budget of the NIH. I don't have that number at my fingertips, but it's enormous, considerably larger than the next, number 2 and number 3 country. And yet, during the pandemic, much of the most important research came from places like Israel, came from places like Qatar. The best research on natural immunity compared to vaccine immunity came from these outlier countries that have a much smaller research budget. So
why really do you attribute that to? As well as the ability to diverge from the consensus for countries like Sweden and be able to sort of pivot?
So I attribute it to a couple of factors. One is that, again, once you understand that the medical research agenda in the United States is really funded, and that's where the control lies, funded by a very small number of people at the NIH. They set the agenda for what grants are going to be awarded and which ones are not. And they seemed singularly uninterested in asking questions on certain topics. They seemed singularly uninterested in investigating natural immunity and how many people at various points during the pandemic had already been infected with COVID, which is crazy when you think about it. The two most basic numbers in epidemiology are incidence and prevalence. How many people over a given period of time currently have the disease, in this case, this infection? How many people in total, cumulatively, over a given period of time have been infected? We didn't have those numbers until basically earlier this year in 2020. The CDC and the NIH didn't do or fund those studies. In 2021, they didn't do, well, at the very end of 2021, they finally did an antibody study suggesting that 85% of Americans had been infected with COVID. But it took almost 2 years to get those very basic numbers. And, I have my own theories as to why they didn't want to do that research and they didn't want to look at those questions. But it's also important to understand, because we've talked about censorship, that science and censorship are simply incompatible. Anyone who knows how science actually functions will readily see that trying to fixate any current scientific conclusions or even a scientific consensus, assuming you can ascertain, what most scientists think on these complex topics, try to fixate it in time and not allow dissent spells the end of scientific progress, because advances in science and medicine are made through hypothesis and conjecture and refutation. And paradigm shifts in science or advances in science usually come not from the center, which is kind of invested in the current paradigm or in the current narrative, if you want to use that term. They come from the periphery. They come from people who are not so dependent on the center and the control that they actually have over scientific institutions, that they're able and willing to ask questions, able and willing to publish research that might challenge, those in positions of power. So, this goes to sociological questions about scientific research funding. My view is that it needs to be decentralized. I would like to see 50 state institutes of health rather than one national institute of health. But also the peer review process. There's proposals on the table for more open peer review process. The funding of scientific journals, which also rely on the pharmaceutical advertisements. So it's very complicated. But I think there are very plausible reasons why countries with far fewer resources did much better research. And, regardless of which explanation turns out to be true, I think that fact is actually undeniable.
And we also have as well a new doctor who just joined the panel, Dr. Anish, who is joining from Mario directly. And he sent him a DM to come ahead and speak. So we'll go ahead and go to Tom and Ryan as well after that. But I want to go ahead and give Dr. Anish a chance to speak since he has not spoken yet.
Yeah, thanks so much, Matt. I really appreciate it. I'm a cardiologist. And, I just wanted to highlight that in terms of some of the conversation about how we could do things different, looking forward in terms of safety, in terms of some of the mistakes that we made with the COVID vaccine program, it's really instructive to look at what happened with the smallpox vaccine program. Smallpox was eradicated, and it wasn't until the Iraq War happened that there was this concern that there was a bioweapon lab, maybe Saddam Hussein has something, or maybe somebody is, going to launch an attack against U.S. forces in the Middle East. So there was suddenly this concern among the U.S., among the elite that, oh my goodness, we don't have, nobody's being vaccinated for smallpox for a long time. We have a naive population. We need to vaccinate, the first responders, right? And so they launched a campaign to vaccinate those first responders, in the military. But when they started doing that, they noted that there was a significant rate of an adverse event that we all now know very commonly is myocarditis. So there was a significant 7.5 times expected compared to background rates of myocarditis. There was clustering of cases that was seen after vaccine administration, strongly suggesting a causal link. And, the report of the Joint Smallpox Vaccine Safety Working Group said the increased risk of smallpox vaccine-associated cardiac events is an important unanticipated event. So this is what happens when you take the politics out of things. And, you have a scientific body that's looking at this and saying, oh my goodness, we have an unexpected outcome of this smallpox vaccination campaign that we started in the military, and we're having myocarditis, these rates of myocarditis that happen. And so given the higher rates of cardiac complications that were seen in this study, right? And it was called the DryVax vaccination program because DryVax is the name of the smallpox vaccine. The next study that when they rolled out the next iteration of the vaccine, that vaccine was called the ACAM 2000 vaccine. All right, they closely monitored these patients in clinical trials by doing EKGs and cardiac blood tests. Blood tests that look for a cardiac marker called troponin, which specifically looks for cardiac injury. Right, so that was built in to the approval process of the next iteration of the vaccine trials because of what they had experienced before with the DryVax vaccine program. All right, and when they did that, when they looked specifically for doing an EK, not just waiting to see if clinically a bunch of people show up in post-marketing. No. In the trial, they looked specifically. They did EKGs and they did troponin tests to look to see how cardioactive this next vaccine was, the ACAM 2000 vaccine was. And guess what? They found that rates of myocarditis, pericarditis were seen at rates 10 times that was seen prior, all right? And so when that happened, and if you go right now to the currently frequently asked, the FAQ page for the FDA about the ACAM 2000 smallpox vaccine, it says that the vaccine may cause myocarditis and pericarditis and can be very serious, right? Which is in complete contradiction to what the approach was to the COVID vaccine. But the important point, I'm sorry I'm talking for so long, but the important point here is the U.S. government then contracted with a drug manufacturer, Bavarian Nordic, to produce a live, non-replicating version of the smallpox vaccine called Modified Vaccinia Ankara. The trade name is Jynneos. People will recognize that because it's the Jynneos vaccine that was used as the vaccine against monkeypox, all right? And because of the prior cardiac issues that had been noted with these prior versions, the trials for Jynneos approval required surveillance EKGs, required blood tests to measure for cardiac damage. And guess what? The Jynneos vaccine has a remarkably small rate of myocarditis, of EKG changes, of troponin releases noted. So, it's not like we have to create some hypothetical world of what could have been. We've already done this, and there's a program. I mean, there's ample infrastructure to allow this to happen. It's not known that, it's little known that, as part of the approval process for the mRNA vaccines, the FDA actually mandated Pfizer to do just these trials where you take a not 100,000 people, you take, 500,000 people, and you actually check EKGs and you check troponin levels on these folks to see what it is. They were supposed to report in August. Now they're supposed to report at the end of December. We still don't have reports of this yet. This is on the initial 2-dose series. Forget about now of course, we have the bivalent out, and we don't know anything about that in terms of rates of myocarditis because we haven't looked. And so it's really, really peculiar to see how it is the public health or the vaccine, the whole infrastructure operated with regard to COVID as it, relative to what we did do appropriately with the smallpox vaccine. And so it's obvious that what happened here was just pure politics and, management by people that were either they're incompetent or malignant. So it's really sad to see.
Well, it might be possible, too, that there is an attitude that's different, say, in Europe versus the U.S. also towards its citizens, because, when...
This was the U.S. This is all the U.S. The smallpox vaccine.
No, but I'm talking about... But I'm talking about, like, say, Sweden, right? Like, comparing other places, because it was less politicized. I've talked to people in Europe, for example. There was less of a politicization, even in the attitude. I've talked to people in South Korea. There was a lot less of that going on. So I think there was less of an attitude there. And I think part of it is politics, and part of it is maybe just a human philosophy in terms of how they perceive, sort of the coercive approach towards getting people to do what they want to do for, whatever, for the good of people. Do you persuade them? Do you, and this so it's easier to pivot in these situations. That could be one reason.
And it's wild to see there's really never been anything like this before with pretty much any other pandemic or virus that's spread around. In the United States especially, we've never seen this emotional of a response to anything involving something like that. I mean, it's kind of crazy how it used to be a science-first approach, and now it's an emotional-first approach disguising itself as science. And the less we can have of that, I think, the better. I do want to go ahead and go to Tom next. He's had his hand up for quite a while. What do you want to add, Tom?
Thank you. My view is when something is so crazy and unexplainable, you can always count on politics being behind it. If something's unreasoned and irrational, there's a political component. And one of the things I'd be curious in finding out more, and obviously we've been doing some of this work at Judicial Watch, and I'm not convinced, well, they went to China and came back and they bought into the shutdown mania. That was, that there had to be a discussion process to overrule the standards of response, the standard response, and you could have seen it on the CDC websites about how to deal with a pandemic. There was no societal shutdowns was not part. Those were not part of the plans. I mean, maybe you shut down a school if everyone in the school was sick, but the idea that there would have been these mass shutdowns was completely alien to public health authority analysis of how to deal with pandemics prior to the panic shutdowns that took place. And I'd like to know who signed off on that specifically. And that's one of the great mysteries, because you've got, obviously we can look at it at the federal level, but where's been the journalism at the state level? Because this was a state-by-state analysis where governors and city officials were making these decisions. Who were advising them? What was the science behind it? And there's got to be a reckoning there. And secondly, I'd like to get back to it's not only the vaccines where we were engaged with a mass experimentation on the American people and worldwide populations without informed consent. There were also these non-pharmacological interventions that also harmed American citizens and other innocents, whether it be 6-foot distancing, social distancing, the use of masks, which gave false assurances, the general shutdowns of the schools and other aspects of society. And of course, when you're doing an intervention like that, you've got to, an experiment, it seems to me, ought to be the basis for it. And of course, the risks you've got to evaluate are the risks, the psychological risks, the socioeconomic risks, the health risks, where people aren't taking advantage of other health treatments or pursuing standard health treatments they otherwise would have, but for the shutdown. All of that was ignored. And of course, we all know we were right to be worried about all of that. So it wasn't just this vaccine experimentation we should be upset about, with the damage which is ongoing and continuing, but the other experiments and on a mass scale on society. And I say this half jokingly, it was as if for a period of time we had medieval barbers running our healthcare systems. And that's frankly, being disrespectful to the medieval barbers, because they, in some respects, had a more sophisticated understanding on how to handle the plague than some of those that got major book deals and are being lauded as they enter retirement.
That's right, Tom. I want to offer a bit of a historical perspective on that. You are right that the ancients and medievals, from the ancient Justinian plague in ancient Rome, part of what brought down the Roman Empire, to the bubonic plague in the Middle Ages, to the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic, this was the first time historically that we had ever quarantined healthy people. So you're absolutely right that lockdowns were never a part of traditional public health going back 2,000 years. And the ancients were not stupid, by the way. They understood, for example, natural immunity. They would have people who had recovered from the illness care for the sick, because they knew that those people were already protected and that they would provide a buffer so that the illness did not spread from the sick to uninfected individuals. They understood the value of quarantining people who were symptomatic. But medieval quarantines involved things like maybe locking the gates of a walled city and preventing some travel in and out of a town. But they never involved telling people that they could not ply their trade. They never involved forcing people to stay in their homes. They never involved anything like what we saw roll out in 2020. The New York Times in February, when Fauci and Birx decided that lockdowns were the way to go, the next day the New York Times was tasked with sort of announcing this to the public. And the headline, front page headline in the Times was, "To combat the coronavirus, we need to, quote, go medieval on it." But as you said, this does not give enough credit to our forebears in terms of what they did. And the substance of that article was that civil rights would have to be suspended if we're going to get a handle on coronavirus. But the real origins of the lockdown model go back about 20 years, a little over 20 years. The subtitle of my book is The Rise of the Biomedical Security State. And what I discovered is that there's a 20-year history of this biosecurity model of governance and of pandemic management. Anthony Fauci, back in, I believe it was 96 or 97, had a conference in DC where he introduced kind of a fundamental shift in how to think about managing a pandemic. Previously, the pathogen was seen as the threat or the enemy or the problem. We need to strengthen ourselves against the pathogen, and we need to treat individuals when they get sick with the pathogen. The enemy is the virus or the bacteria or what have you. What Fauci introduced in that conference was this model whereby human beings as the vector of the virus were seen as the problem. And therefore, we have to manage a pandemic by literally managing at a very micro level the movements and behaviors of entire populations. Okay? This idea was floated a few times, particularly after 9/11. The WHO floated the idea of society-wide lockdowns back in 2005 in response to, I believe it was the swine flu. And that the idea didn't take hold then. It was floated here and there in sort of biosecurity circles, but never actually tried until March of 2020. But this reconceptualization, if you think about it, really pathologizes humanity itself. It really says that human beings and the free movement of human beings and respect for individual human intelligence at the individual level, the idea that we should have basic regard for the common sense of Americans to do things that are sensible and to do things that are in their own interests or the interest of their families, that was thrown overboard. And we adopted a model, a one-size-fits-all model, that involved the large-scale control of entire human populations on a scale never before been tried, even by the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century. And the first big misstep in that sense was the lockdowns of March 2020. And when the harms from that started to mount, we should have been able to reconsider and recognize that the cure very quickly had become worse than the disease. And we now know that the cure wasn't even a cure. We now know that the lockdowns failed to achieve their stated public health purpose. But even aside from that, we could see the harms mounting within weeks to months of those early lockdowns. And yet they continued basically until the mass vaccination campaign, with the purpose in many cases of just inducing people to get vaccinated. If people were hesitant, but the vaccines were their ticket back to some semblance of normality, they had suffered more than a year of what I would argue is a form of psychological abuse, not being able to attend their loved ones' funerals, not being able to meet face-to-face with their family and their friends, not being able to travel, not being able to work, shuttering their small businesses. After a year of that, people were willing to do just about anything if it would allow them to recover some of their basic civil rights and freedoms. And that was, we now know, deliberately leveraged by our public health authorities to try to encourage the needle in every arm mass vaccination campaign. So those two policies, I think, were very closely tied together.
And on top of the psychological impact, I think one of the most important things that we've been not allowed to talk about for so long is the economic impact. And the first thing people say to that, to counter it, is, well, do you not care about people's lives? don't you want people to survive? Don't you want the lockdowns? Isn't it good? Like, that's what the counter narrative was. But the truth is, when you're spending $3 trillion over what you have on a consistent basis, which has happened in the United States, many other countries, similar experience, when you're massively overspending in combination with having less revenue coming in because of these lockdowns and things, it does impact people's lives. There are people who can't eat because they can't afford to eat, because inflation is so out of control. There are people who are going to suffer even more in the future because of some of these massive increases in spending. And the excuse for these huge power grabs by the government with spending have been COVID consistently. That's perhaps one of the least talked about things that's the most important, is that they're still doing that too. Like, they're still planning this year to spend trillions more than we have. They're still planning to do that for even longer. I would love to hear your thoughts on that, Aaron.
Yeah, Matt, you're exactly right about that. In the original framing of, insofar as there was a lockdown debate, there was virtually no debate. But insofar as there was one, it was always framed as people who care about economics, people who basically care about money, versus people who don't want to kill grandma. Well, that framing of the lockdown debate was always disingenuous. And the reason is there is an enormous pile of public health literature. This is Public Health 101. Economic harms always cause medical harms, morbidity and mortality harms. There's a direct correlation between economic downturns and bad public health outcomes. So the debate was never about economics and money versus saving lives. The debate was always about good public health policy versus bad public health policies. So the debate was conducted, I would argue, in bad faith by framing it that way in the first place, and trying to smear any lockdown skeptic as someone who simply doesn't care about lives. We now know that the lockdowns did enormous collateral harms. Jay Bhattacharya has documented this very extensively, the worldwide harms, tragic harms of the lockdowns to people's lives. And we know that the poor and the working class, but especially those at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder, were disproportionately harmed by the lockdowns. The lockdowns were a luxury of the laptop class. They were a luxury of people who could easily work from home, from behind a computer screen, and, go to work in their pajamas and enjoy more time with their kids, and afford, if their kids were home from school, to homeschool them, or to get a tutor, or to have one parent stay home and work with the kids on homework. Whereas the poor, where you have two working parents that are scraping by just to barely pay the bills, could not do that for their children. They could not easily, shutter their small businesses and weather that storm. And the lockdowns would not have survived very long if we had to deal with the natural consequences of the lockdowns. But the stimulus money shielded us from those natural consequences of the lockdowns, whether economic or health related. They at least masked those for a period of time. So by funneling massive amounts of loans that wouldn't have to be repaid, or simply cash to people whose small businesses had been closed, that can cushion the blow for a while, and they can live off that for a while. But of course, in a year or two, inevitably, as we have seen, that money is no longer worth very much anymore because of inflation. Because of inflation, in fact, caused by the massive printing of money in the stimulus checks to artificially prevent us from fully feeling the actual consequences of these policies. So it was a very short-sighted, short-term kind of Band-Aid that was put on the problem. But in fact, the harms from lockdowns and school closures are going to take decades for us fully to measure and to assess and to wrap our minds around. You simply cannot close schools and harm kids' educational, emotional development in the way that we did without having, literally in some cases, lifelong consequences for that generation of children.
In my opinion, the worst consequences are yet to come for what we've seen. A lot of people think, oh, well, it's over now. A lot of the bad things that are going to happen, not even close. And that's one of the reasons I'm not necessarily against the the government spending money during times like this. The problem is, especially leading up to this, I mean, when this happened, we were already trillions in debt. We had already had really, really bad measures in place for so long economically. We were not anywhere near a position to be able to.
Could I want to say, just grab on what you just said, Matt, because Dr. Angie Farella is in the audience again, and you just said the worst is yet to come. And I just want to, I know we've talked a lot about policy and economics and all that, but the worst is yet to come. I'm actually curious what Dr. Farella has to say about the effect of what we've done on our children.
Yes, hi. Thanks for having me. I'm a pediatrician, and honestly, we have already seen the horrible effects of the lockdowns on our kids. We are seeing huge requests for children to end up getting into speech therapy, especially. The AAP has completely fallen apart as far as I'm concerned. That's the American Academy of Pediatrics. They have moved developmental milestones that were achieved at age 2 to now saying it's okay to do that at age 3, kind of paving a way for developmental delay to be delayed another year. And this is a horror show in itself. We, as a practicing pediatrician, I've had to send many more children to speech therapy, to occupational therapy. I see it with kids in public schools. They're just not thriving. My children were homeschooled. I mean, I can use them as an example. They were homeschooled for 8 years and decided that they wanted to go to public school, which we debated it, and I really wasn't excited about it, but we allowed them to go. We're in Texas, so we're a little freer here. But I can tell you, just from our point of view, my husband and I have seen that they are not achieving the way they were when they were homeschooled, that it's kind of okay to not succeed in public school. So we're, just with my own kids, I feel like they have lost 2 years of education. But we're seeing this even in the clinical setting. I mean, we are having children with massive speech delay who can't get in to see therapists because nationwide there's a 300% increase in requests for speech therapy because kids were hiding behind masks. We had teachers, to this day, there's still teachers, even in Texas, wearing masks and teaching in front of a classroom of children. This is a horror show. The kids are not hearing what the teacher is trying to say. Everything is on computer, so it's really neglecting the full 5 to 6 sense of how to learn. They're only learning very passively from a computer screen, which is very dangerous. The AAP just a few years ago, they had the recommendation that kids should not be on a screen more than 2 hours a week. But of course, they changed that guideline to say, 8 hours a day because of schoolwork. But this is starting to snowball. I mean, I said this back in 2000 when the schools closed down, that this is going to be a nightmare. Not only is it a nightmare developmentally and academically with our kids, but I even said all the good that vaccines did is going to be destroyed. And I'm seeing that now. I mean, we have parents walking in now saying, I just don't trust it. I don't want to give my kid the normal childhood vaccines. And my big concern is, what are we going to see? We're going to see an uptick of the childhood illnesses that we basically eradicated because we didn't, I don't feel very comfortable anymore as a practicing pediatrician who's given out tens of thousands of vaccines over, the course of my career. And this is the normal childhood vaccination schedule. Well, we just feel that we as pediatricians across the country, there's a few of us that have banded together, and we don't even understand how can we trust these agencies that in 1999 took off the rotavirus vaccine for 25 cases of intussusception, which is telescoping of the gut, which is not deadly. They removed that vaccine immediately off the market. It took 5 more years of research for that vaccine to come back into the childhood vaccine schedule. But yet, we have this experimental use authorization vaccine, and I've seen so many more vaccine injuries. Honestly, in my career, I didn't see very many vaccine injuries until this vaccine came out. And immediately, as soon as it was available to teenagers, I had 7 walk into my door. And, this is a brand new world now, because this is something that wasn't in my wheelhouse to help. So, we have opened up Pandora's box. We have ignored traditional history. We have ignored traditional science. We have ignored traditional regulation. And with this, we can't trust our agencies anymore. I don't trust the FDA. I don't trust the CDC. I mean, doctors will tell you, we don't, doctors that are free thinking, we said, we've never called the CDC to ask them how to take care of our patient. We'd call one of our colleagues. And that's a true statement. I mean, that's how I met a bunch of the people on this panel. I mean, we called each other and we were like, what is going on? How can we help our patients? What's working for you? And in pediatrics, honestly, the kids weren't affected. I saw that early on. I knew the kids were a buffer. I was screaming from the rooftops, please don't isolate grandparents from their children. The children really do act as a buffer. They confer immunity. And, devastatingly, the psychological effects are now coming to play. I mean, we've had kids with anorexia nervosa in the last year. I've had 7 cases. I mean, this is unusual. I haven't had 7 cases in my entire career. And in 1 year, I have 7 kids with anorexia. We've had kids with, anxiety, depression, you just name it. And these are little kids too. I'm not talking teenagers anymore. I'm talking about, little elementary group age kids. And it's a very scary world now. This is very devastating to me.
And that's one of the reasons why I think it's so important that we have this panel now with doctors who actually have real world experience, like Angie and everyone else on the panel, who can actually tell us inside their own offices what's happening. Because that's what you don't hear, even in the media, which is the people who should really be telling us that the most. They want to push their narrative. They don't actually want to hear from frontline people. They don't want to actually hear from experiences and make decisions based off of that. So I'm really glad everyone who's listening right now is getting, often for a lot of people here, the first opportunity to really hear a lot of this stuff and to understand it better and see why there was such an issue with what's been happening. By the way, you may hear, so I mentioned earlier, I have a 2.5-month-old daughter. She's currently laying on my chest while my wife is downstairs feeding the dogs. So you may hear a couple of a little grunting noises in the background, but she's happily laying here. But yeah, I just think it's really good to have this space, and I'm happy everyone who's joined is speaking. Once again, I do want to mention to follow all of the speakers here and continue to get insight from them, because this is a developing situation. There are more things that are happening with it on a daily basis. And so just from this space alone, you can never learn enough. There will always be more. That's why it's important to follow these people. Catherine has had her hand up for a bit now. Also, Ryan first, then we'll go to Catherine next.
Thank you, Matt. I want to piggyback real quick. I know Dr. Farella quite well, too. And, she's been a voice of truth for the children, so I appreciate all she does. If we look to Sweden, going back to Kat's comments from other nations, Sweden, perfect example. They kept their schools wide open. They let kids have a normal life, and not a single Swedish child died. They allowed them to live normal life. And then kind of going back and piggybacking onto Aaron's earlier comments about, the nations that went ahead and broke ranks with what we were doing here in the U.S., they started seeing the harms to their citizens and started backing off of the mRNA shots a long time ago. Denmark, Taiwan, other Scandinavian nations, and I'll be meeting with some officials in Sweden in a couple of weeks. I'll be over there for a meeting, but it's fascinating to look really historically who's running this entire pandemic response. And I think it's very important for people to look at what's happening with the international health regulations right now. Quietly, the WHO is continuing to try to make an even bigger power grab. So I think people need to stay apprised of that. But here stateside, this injection program is being sponsored and run by the Department of Defense. And I strongly recommend people read Dr. Malone's book, The Lies My Government Told Me. because he was on that side of the historical development of vaccines and whatnot for many years, and now he's very much on the side of, hey, let's stop these shots in this program. But understanding that the NIH and Fauci, not only does NIH fund billions upon billions of dollars here stateside, they fund scientists around the world, but Fauci also had control over the purse strings of BARDA and DITRA and defense agencies. So he was guiding so much of the dark military money into experimental programs. And it was fascinating. If you go back to the Milken Institute interview in 2019, Rick Bright and Fauci and others are on this panel, and they're bemoaning the fact that to get a vaccine approved takes way too many years and too many trials, et cetera. But gosh, if we had a pandemic, they say, we could try this new mRNA technology. And projecting, I mean, it's fascinating. It's still available on YouTube to go and watch. But I think really a deeper question we all need to ask ourselves is how much of our own government and who are the couple of people pulling these strings at the top? Is it a collusory group of a handful, or is it one or two, or is it a bunch? But I think we really need to go deeper into that question of why is our Department of Defense pushing this? And then going back to Kat's question earlier, why, as such an intelligent, developed nation, are we pushing something dangerous down to 6-month-olds when other nations are literally pulling back and saying, wait, we've seen the harm, game over, we're done. So there's too much intertwining corporate government interest here, and other nations, I think, have stepped back enough to say, look, this is about public health, we're done with this game, and I think it would behoove us to follow those other nations' examples at this point. Thank you. Over.
Yeah. So the other question, I guess, that has kind of come up as I was listening to this space is we have this, in terms of the policy response that we had to this COVID situation, is that there seems to be this very one-size-fits-all solution. And so I wanted to bring that up and maybe try and discuss that a little bit because, it seems like some of the literature that has come up is that maybe, for example, something that has come up a lot is that perhaps with the side effects that a lot of people have experienced. Matt, I think you played that tape saying that 80% of people experience some kind of an adverse reaction to the vaccine, for example, right?
Moderna specifically on that clip, yeah.
The Moderna one. Okay. Well, in speaking to people who've had the Pfizer shot, that seems to be fairly similar in terms of some sort of an adverse reaction, right? It is not necessarily like something very serious or long lasting, but people have experienced some sort of side effect. And some theories around that has been that it's the dosage, for example. Something that came up in Mario's space earlier with Dr. Drew is that, he looking at the literature and the studies, he feels very comfortable that patients over 75 should have the vaccine. Patients, over 65 should probably have the vaccine. But so looking at sort of the data and the studies, it seems like there shouldn't be this one-size-fits-all approach. And yet this pandemic has been treated that way. And so there's this kind of push to immunize children and they might not need it. Like I'm not making, I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a scientist. I haven't, studied. I want to be clear. This is not my area to comment on the veracity of this stuff. But clearly there is some evidence to show that not everyone should be treated equally. And yet we have this one size fits all. So I'd love to hear some, from Aaron or some of the people who have been treating patients who've had, some medical background, why they think that this has been the case, specifically with this, in terms of these large doses and age categories and things like that. Is it just too difficult to manage it otherwise, or is there something else behind this?
Oh, you're absolutely right, Kat. I mean, nothing in medicine is one size fits all. And this is where we've made a massive medical mistake because, if we age stratified, we had that scare ticker on the TV every day from the trusted news initiative sources, trying to control the messaging. And I mean, children were at a statistical zero risk, and still are. And so to not age stratify was a huge medical mistake. And then early treatment, those of us that early treated, treating from a newborn up to a 94-year-old, if you got early treatment on board, like Dr. Tyson mentioned earlier, you abated the symptoms and patients did fine. And to your earlier comment in terms of the amount of harm, there was a Zogby poll done, and after the injections, 15% of Americans had a new medical condition post the injections. That's millions of people. So it's a chronic medical condition, not just like, oh gosh, my arm hurts. So to not age stratify, it was insane. And then the other problem we have is the approval process or the emergency authorization process for these products. These are gene-based products. These didn't go through toxicity studies, mutagenic studies, pregnant harm studies, reproductive toxicity studies, longevity studies. None of these things were done for a gene-based product. If you look at the rigorous FDA requirements for a gene-based product to make it to market, none of the requirements were met, and none of those categories were looked at across the board. So to say that youth can get this much mRNA and an adult can get this much mRNA, they didn't know, and now we're seeing the chronic problems for having done that. And to Dr. Anisha's comments earlier, I mean, the Thailand Maganuson study showed a 2.3% myocarditis rate in youngsters. A Swiss study by Dr. Mueller showed a 2.8%. These numbers are massive. And so to ignore the fact that old people are different than middle-aged people are different than youth that are different than youngsters, it is antithetical to the practice of science. And so you bring up a fantastically important point. And on a joking note, all doctors agree when you censor the ones who don't. And those of us who had an opposing point of view and were seeing success with early treatment and seeing the early harms on the rollout of these programs and were silenced for saying something, this is wonderful that we have this space now, because this is where the voices need to be shared, need to be heard. Granted, about 3 years too late, but at least we've learned, hopefully, our lesson. And to Dr. Gold's point, the most important thing is in science, we don't agree. There's no such thing as consensus, but what we always need to have is free speech so that we can protect lives. Thank you. Over.
Yeah, I fully agree with the idea that free speech not only protects lives, but also allows you to say things like, for example, that one vaccine is better than the other, which is a point I've definitely enjoyed going further into during the spaces, because for the longest time, you weren't even allowed to talk about that. Now, I do want to go ahead and go to my wife, Diana, as well, who has a question she would like to ask. She, by the way, has a degree in biology, so she has a little bit of insight already on this. And I'll go ahead and let you ask your question, Diana.
Thank you so much, Matt. Going back to what you said, Dr. Cariotti, in regards to paradigm shifts in science, we do need peer-reviewed research. So going off that, what do you think needs to be done in order to get a decentralized system for science by the states rather than being run by one entity? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I talked a little bit about the funding of research projects. That's a really important reform that has to happen, some way of decentralizing the funding mechanism. And my proposal for block grants to the states to have their own public health or biomedical research funding enterprises is one idea. There's other ways to do that, I think. But you mentioned peer review. So peer review, for those who are not familiar with this term, is the process where, as you're trying to get a scientific paper or study published, it's shared with others who, if things are working correctly, are supposed to have expertise in the area that you're researching. And they will give the thumbs up or thumbs down on your research methodology, on the quality of the paper. And so before a journal will accept a paper for publication, they go through this process. But there's a couple of problems with the process that many have pointed out. I'm not the only one. And by the way, just by way of contextual background, there is something that's been discussed even prior to the pandemic, widely known in research circles, known as the replication crisis in medical research. And this is the fact that more than half of all medical research cannot be replicated, meaning if you do the same study with the same methodology, you don't get the same results, right? And that's one of the signs of a good research study, is that if you explain how you did it, how you enrolled people, what your criteria was, what you measured, someone else, somewhere else could repeat the same study and get similar results. And that's one of the ways you know that research is sound, is if it can be and is, in fact, replicated. But the fact that more than half of all medical research cannot be replicated when we attempt to do that is a very serious problem. And there's a lot of reasons for the replication crisis.
I just want to agree. I'm sorry. I just wanted to interject for a moment. I appreciate the question, and it'll be really brief. This is Dr. Gold. There needs to be a completely different way of doing the medical research. The journals were horrifically compromised over the last couple of years. And in fact, there's a lot of evidence to show that the journals have been horrifically compromised for at least 2 decades. They're funded, if you look through any medical journal, you will see that all the advertising is from big pharma. So it's difficult. So there needs to be something entirely different. And I hope that Matt Wallace invites me back to do a co-host a Twitter space on just that exact concept. We have a populist solution for that, and I'm just letting you all know that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Golden. I just want to wrap up one thought, because one of the proposals that I put forward is a more open peer review process, where the peer review is not done anonymously, and it's done after the paper is published. And what would happen is people can post public critiques of the paper or public endorsements of the paper. You know who it's coming from. You can ascertain whether the peer reviewer themselves has a conflict of interest, because you know who they are. And with a good system like this, the quality research should rise to the top. The quality research will be replicated. The quality research will have to stand on its own merits. The quality research will end up being cited more frequently than research that's clearly of low quality. But the idea that the gatekeepers are anonymous, the idea that the gatekeepers are oftentimes drawn from the same small coterie of people that are invested in a particular paradigm, is problematic. One of the jokes if you study the history of science, one of the jokes is that science advances when scientists die, meaning very often you'll have a kind of old guard that's wedded to a theory, and they don't like challengers to that theory. And the new theory only is widely adopted, not when the data is most compelling, but when the old guard kind of steps aside through retirement or death and is no longer there to more or less squash the theory challenging the consensus. And the history of medicine is replete with, in fact, people being silenced and smeared who ended up being right. The OB-GYN physician in the late 19th century, whose name is escaping me, who suggested that we should engage in hand washing, and actually did rigorous studies of hand washing on his own patients, proving that that complications related to childbirth, infections related to childbirth, were reduced by hand washing. He was drummed out of the profession. He was silenced. He was ridiculed. He was accused of having having adopted quackery for this suggestion of hand washing, which of course,
real quick, Aaron,
the standard of care.
Ignaz Semmelweis at the Allgemeinen Krankenhaus in Austria. Yeah, you bet.
The other guy whose name is escaping me, who put forward the theory that gastric ulcers have an infectious component, was also drummed out of his professional society and sidelined and silenced. And he ended up being right. I believe he eventually, won the Nobel Prize, but only after he had been smashed by the rest of his colleagues. So the history of science is very instructive. To understand that Science, whatever else it is, science is a very human, all too human enterprise. And with all the usual egos and human motivations and challenges to authority that you see in other realms of human life. I think that's inescapable, but I think there are structural changes that need to be made to try to minimize some of those factors from taking hold to the degree that they've now taken hold of science and medicine.
Aaron, a quick question. It's Mario, and I see Tara with her hand up, so I'll give the mic to Tara right after. But, I see two problems, and I want to see which one you consider to be more serious. Incentive misalignment or the politicization of COVID. Which one do you think led to more harm over the last couple of years?
That's a great question, Mario. It's hard to say. Certainly, we saw other countries where COVID was less politicized that ended up doing better in SARS and having more open, more sensible public conversations about COVID. So that was definitely a factor. It was a factor in 2020. It was a factor, under Trump. It was a factor in 2021, and it continues to be a factor. But I think that the things that can probably be more readily dealt with and revised in terms of trying to improve things in the future are more the systemic factors, the misalignment of incentives, the financial conflicts of interest. These are things that there are a lot of sensible proposals that could be put in place to dampen these things down, to minimize them, to decrease their adverse influence on the progress of science and medicine. So that's where I would focus. I mean, trying to convince Democrats they should be more open to Republicans' point of view and vice versa. I hope people engage in that project. For me, that's a little bit of an exercise in futility. I'd rather focus on the non-political systemic factors that I've seen at work that hopefully, if we stop censoring viewpoints, both sides can come to some level of agreement on that. Yeah, our public health agencies shouldn't be so captured by pharmaceutical dollars. There's some of these things that maybe I'm being naive and Pollyannish and hopelessly optimistic, but I think some of these reforms could easily be adopted in a bipartisan way. If we could begin talking to one another again.
I just want to just throw in there, Mario, and it's a great question. I personally, I'll be definitive. I think it was just politicization. I don't actually think money, financial interests are bad. I think they're actually quite neutral. I think you can harness the financial interests for the good. I mean, really, I think through the 70s and 80s, I think Big Pharma did a lot of tremendous good. We gave them a liability immunity shield in 1986 regarding vaccines, and I think over the next several decades, then they kind of pushed the envelope in pursuit of their own financial interests. I don't actually believe, for example, that Pfizer and Moderna are actually trying to kill people. I just think that they were given a pass for making the shots as safe as possible because they're not forced to do so. So I think you can align financial interests perfectly to benefit the people. So I think this is a political problem much more than a financial problem. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's well said. Tara, you've had your hand up for a while. Good to see you again.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to ask if you guys believe that Fauci and people, at the top or in charge of all of this should be walking back the statements that they made early on in regard to efficacy of the vaccines and that you would 100% be protected from COVID-19 if you took the vaccine. Should those statements be walked back? Should they be changing their stance? And should they be apologizing to the people who have been adversely affected and are now living with disabilities? I also just tweeted that just today, it sounds like the former BlackRock manager is coming out, Ed Dowd, reporting that disability rates have increased directly related to COVID vaccines.
May I just start this off really short? One of the terrible things that happened in the last couple of years is the tremendous gaslighting of people who've been genuinely injured. As a doctor, I know that my fellow doctors share the pain. When you watch a patient who not only got injured, but then is really mocked and minimized what happened to them because it doesn't fit some other narrative. It's unbelievably painful. And these people are, yes, Tara, thank you for the question. Them, the victims, deserve a tremendous apology. I don't think it's coming, but the gaslighting was enormous.
I agree with Simone. I think an apology is due. Now, it's ironic that Birx back in, early 21, oh, this is the best vaccine we've ever had. And then in an interview just this year before her book came out, oh gosh, we certainly overplayed our hand on the vaccine. So she did this kind of, oh, mea culpa, no big deal. But to Simone's point, there are so many injured people now. Not only do they need an apology, they need the funding. Our NIH should be funding left and right programs to try to assist these people who did their part, doing the right thing at the right time in their mind for what they were doing for humanity. They got injured and then they were abandoned. Whereas other nations are acknowledging vaccine injury. They're acknowledging and they're putting funding forward. I mean, those injured in many nations are getting lump sums. Is that going to make up for a lifetime of disability? No. And has Ed Dowd done some fantastic work? Absolutely. Revealing the amount of disability after these shots, which goes hand in hand with that Zogby poll I mentioned. But we as a medical profession, we as an ethical society owe it to those who have been injured to help them, to heal them, to put as much, for the trillions of dollars we've spent and for the billions upon billions that are still being spent to advertise an expired injection, a gene-based injection, we should be spending as many billions of dollars with a very sincere apology to those. And it should be going towards helping them recoup as much of their life as possible. Thank you. Over.
I'll go to another question. Aaron, maybe you want to take this one and then we'll go to Stephen. In hindsight, we see a lot of mistakes made in the early days of COVID. But if you take it back to these days, there was a lot of confusion. How much blame would you put these mistakes on biases or misaligned incentives versus, hey, this is the first time we deal with such a pandemic?
I think most people acting during the pandemic, physicians, nurses, were acting in good faith, doing the best they could under conditions of uncertainty. But there were certainly people responsible for our pandemic response that should have known better. As I've said, the two most important epidemiological facts about COVID, the infection fatality rate and the age gradient, were known by March of 2020. Infection fatality rate was not 3 to 4% as initially reported by the WHO, which was a terrifying number, rightly terrifying number. It was 0.2%. We know that from the Santa Clara study done by my colleagues at Stanford, and that study has been replicated around the world in all jurisdictions many times since. But we knew that very, very early on. And we also knew that the vast majority of those deaths were in people over the age of 70. We also knew that healthy children were not at risk of morbidity and mortality from COVID. There were a very small handful of children with severe co-occurring medical conditions that had bad outcomes from COVID, on the order of a few hundred children, but healthy children were not at significant risk. So the fact that those were known early on, I think there's no excuse for the one-size-fits-all lockdown policies. I think they were implemented for other reasons. I think there was no excuse for the school closures. And I think there was no excuse for the kind of mass vaccination campaign that we saw. It took a few months to start seeing the decline in vaccine efficacy. It took some time to start seeing the safety signals. So I was initially enthusiastic about the vaccines when I saw the reported results of the early clinical trials before I had all of the clinical trials data that we got on FOIA request. So I think certainly with the vaccines, it took us time to figure out what they could do and what they couldn't do and the harms that they were doing. But with the other policies that we saw in early 2020, I think those are in the category of we should have known better. And those were in the category of
public health officials who made those decisions acting irresponsibly and guiding our political leaders in ways that were irresponsible. We had Deborah Birx running around the country, the sort of coronavirus, White House coronavirus task force physician running around the country telling governors that if you don't lock down, you're going to have millions of deaths, and those deaths are going to be on your hands. So I have some sympathy for the politicians who were facing that prospect. At the same time, we ended up in a situation in which politicians abdicated responsibility for those decisions by saying we're following the science, capital T, capital S, meaning we're following the scientists that we've decided we're going to endorse. And we're going to ignore the other side of these debates. Our political leaders took decisions that were complicated, to be sure. But when they said that they were following the science, I think there was some dishonesty involved in that, because what really happened is we were following predetermined public health behaviors that people decided in advance they wanted implemented, whether it was lockdowns and school closures or a needle in every arm. And then the public was only allowed the information that would be conducive to that outcome. So we were in a situation in which we couldn't have meaningful scientific discussion and debate up until, Elon Musk bought Twitter, of all things. And so I think while I wouldn't, most of the people involved in our pandemic response certainly were trying to do the best that they could. At the same time, I don't think we can absolve everyone of responsibility, because we had enough information very early on in the pandemic that we should have known better, and we should have had very serious doubts about the policies that were actually implemented and in most cases forced upon the population without our consent.
Well said. And it's also important to note, we're just barely scratching the surface. There's so much more nuance to all of this debate and so much more to talk about. So of course, we'll definitely, Simone was having some battery things with her phone. Dr. Simone will definitely do more spaces like she mentioned to talk further about this, because there's a lot left to discuss. I do want to go ahead and take a second to go to both Heather and Angie here. Heather has not spoken yet. Investigative journalist, I'll go ahead and bring her on and get her thoughts and her question on this matter.
Thank you so much, Matt. So my question, I was hoping Dr. Simone would have been here, but I'll just ask it anyway. My question is really pertaining to sort of like the concerns over the origins of COVID, right? And this being potentially like a bioweapon. I know that like a month before the first cases of COVID were here in America, there was actually 2 Chinese nationals that the Department of Justice had arrested stealing 21 vials of biology research out of Boston Logan Airport. They were trying to basically smuggle it into another country. So with that said, I kind of want some of the doctors on here to sort of comment on, what rules and regulations should there be, if any, on research of this nature, because I know when it comes to gain of function research, everyone sees it as sort of like a bad thing. But in terms of like a national defense for one's country, for example, if China is smuggling research and they're doing research that the US, our scientists and doctors are not allowed to do, does that put us at more of like a security risk when something like COVID is unleashed and we're 5 steps behind in terms of the most current up-to-date research? Does this become a national security issue by banning our scientists and researchers here in America, from doing gain-of-function research? So this is sort of like the debate in question. I kind of want to hear people's response to.
That's a very good question, and I'll go to one of the doctors in a second here who will know more about that than me, but I do want to add the point with China, especially in the theories that it could have come from them, this virus COVID. I think it's really scary how we saw almost the entire apparatus of Western media banning you from even blaming China potentially for being responsible for this. Now, we don't know for sure if it was China. It could have been number of various things. And if anyone tells you they know for sure where COVID came from, they don't. No one can possibly know. It could be any number of various things. But the idea that we can't even question if it came from China, when there's absolutely a possibility it did, and there's evidence to support that, is really scary. And I certainly hope that Elon Musk buying Twitter will help us to uncover more details about that, and we can try to get to the bottom of it, because it would be really nice to know definitively where COVID came from as to prevent it in the future. Go ahead, Aaron.
So here's what we know, and you're right, we don't know with certainty, and we may not be able to know with certainty given that China may have by now covered their tracks in terms of exactly what was going on at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. But here's what we do know, and you can just ask yourself, where these pieces of evidence are pointing, and what's the most plausible explanation for this. So we know that under Obama, there was a moratorium on gain-of-function research in the United States. Before that, there was research funded by Fauci's division of the NIH at the University of North Carolina with a researcher named Peter Daszak. And that research was then basically, that research after the moratorium went into effect could no longer be done on our shores. Shortly after that, we know that there were grants from the NIH to a nonprofit called the EcoHealth Alliance. And Andrew Huff, who was a VP at EcoHealth Alliance, has now written a book. I think it's called The Truth About Wuhan, or What Really Happened in Wuhan. I'm forgetting the title, but Andrew's been a whistleblower, and he's come out and with a lot of the details about the role of EcoHealth in funneling money from the NIH to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So it's well known now, and no one really disputes, that our own federal government funded gain-of-function research, by the way, specifically on coronaviruses, at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which is right where the first cases were reported to have come from, that the wet market nearby the Wuhan Institute of Virology was fingered. We also know that Dr. Fauci helped to coordinate a paper that was published in The Lancet, signed by 12 other virologists, very early on, after people started suggesting. Washington Post published a piece on the lab leak hypothesis, looking at some of this evidence. And immediately, this leading medical journal published this argument that it couldn't possibly have been genetically engineered, couldn't possibly have come from a lab, whether deliberately or accidentally released. We now know that every single one of the authors on that paper had financial conflicts of interest and had vested interest in continuing to do gain-of-function research. We now have a lot of evidence from genetics that the spike protein has been tinkered with genetically, that the changes that we see there are not naturally occurring. I don't have the expertise in genetics to weigh in on that debate, but at least there's many, many credible scientists, and the preponderance of evidence suggests that this virus was genetically engineered. So that's not beyond reasonable doubt proof, courtroom level, criminal trial level proof. But it's certainly a lot of interesting clues, and it's certainly something that I think we should try to demand answers on, if it's possible to ascertain answers. And my final point is, just as an ethicist, I believe we need a complete moratorium on gain-of-function research. I think gain-of-function research, I'm going to use strong terminology here, but I truly believe that gain-of-function research is a death cult. I believe it's extraordinarily dangerous. The reasons that its supporters give for doing it is so-called dual use. They say, okay, well, they acknowledge we would be violating international law if we were to try to develop genetically engineered bioweapons, and that's the only reason to make a virus more deadly or more virulent is to use it to kill people. There's no other scientific reason other than what they call dual use, which is, well, China's probably doing this or other rogue states are probably doing this. So we need to be doing it too so that we can develop medical countermeasures in case they're doing it. And I think that arms race argument for gain of function research is a very bad argument because what's far more likely to happen than us developing some meaningful quote unquote countermeasure to something that China might be developing in their lab is that this thing is going to walk out on somebody's shoe. I mean, these are just extraordinarily contagious pathogens that we can create with the possibility, literally, if you get the right combination of bad stuff, of being, as tragic and horrible as COVID was, this was, as far as pandemics go, this was not a very deadly pandemic. I don't want to trivialize the harms that this caused anyone. I don't want to trivialize anyone who lost a loved one to COVID. What I mean is, if you look at a broad historical perspective, the infection fatality rate for this virus was pretty low. But gain of function research could certainly produce pathogens that are far more deadly than this one by orders of magnitude. Literally. And I just think it's too dangerous to be doing this at all. I think the arguments in favor of doing it are extraordinarily weak and implausible. And this needs to be a very serious public discussion that we ought to be having internationally, because this stuff is exceptionally dangerous.
I mean, couldn't the same argument, though, be made about like nuclear weapons, right? Like, we as a nation would want more nuclear warheads because when we have less and in another country, right? Like, we don't want a communist country to have more military power than we do. And
yes, but consider if you had a nuclear weapon that could rather easily be accidentally detonated just by a few simple mistakes made by workers who routinely had to man our nuclear silos. That would be a very different calculation of risk. That's basically what we have with gain of function research. To my knowledge, we've never had a nuclear weapon that was accidentally detonated, that started a nuclear war. The mechanisms that we have in place to make sure that if a nuclear weapon is utilized, it is done intentionally, so far at least have proven to be fairly secure. We haven't had a kind of accidental nuke leak the way we've had many. By the way, this is not the first lab leak from a BSL-4, the highest security level laboratory. This is there's many of these that happen routinely of viruses getting out of these high security laboratories. And I think we have sufficient evidence now to say that, if you make a mistake at work one day and actually, push the button in the wrong order, that the nuclear weapon would go off. I don't think we would be, I'm not in favor of nuclear weapon proliferation anyway, but I think it's an apples and oranges comparison because of the extreme difficulty in containing these pathogens if you have human beings working on them.
And even before Heather mentioned nuclear weapons, I was thinking about how this could potentially be way worse than that in some ways in terms of the threat to humanity that's immediate. Because what he's referring to, if you're not super into the medical side of this, gain of function research, basically the idea, at least he's referring to the idea that you could have a disease design that could specifically target people based on a number of different factors or just all together and be extremely transmissible because it was designed that way, and also be extremely deadly. Because typically with a lot of diseases in the past, like Ebola, for example, not super transmissible, but extremely deadly. And then you see some diseases that are super transmissible, but not that deadly. There's often somewhat of a counterbalance with most diseases. But if you could create one that was both extremely deadly and extremely transmissible, it would be potentially the end of humanity in a lot of ways. And I'm sure some people could survive that, but so many people would die that it'll be absolutely horrific. And also beyond that, you could also have diseases that are specifically designed to target a certain race of people or a certain type of people genetically, even women or men, or whatever you want to target. You could target people based on their makeup, and that is pretty scary on its own, because it could be used as a weapon to, say, target one country over the other. So the more and more that I learn about this, the more scared I am of it, and the more I think precautions need to be put in place, for sure.
Yeah. But
Matt,
as a country for
good
America,
point.
though, we can only control what goes on within our borders, right? Like, I guarantee you, over in these Chinese labs, like, this kind of research is in fact happening. It's whether we like it or not, it's happening over there. So as a country, like, should we not, in order to defend ourselves against such weapons, be conducting similar research so that if and when they get unleashed on our people, we're much closer to being able to reverse engineer and save our people? Do you know what I'm saying? It's sort of like...
It's a slippery slope, Heather. I mean, I agree a lot with Aaron, but getting the other actors to play in the sandbox fairly is the challenge. So we have to have some degree of countermeasure research happening, to your point, to be prepared. And Matt brings up an interesting point. If you look at the racial specificity of the spike protein binding to the ACE2 receptor, it is selective against different racial groups at a higher propensity than others. So, whether that's intentional or accidental in terms of how this spike protein was engineered, it's scientifically in the literature, which is fascinating. And then going back to your earlier question about the engineering thereof, people want to point the finger at China. Well, you've got to look at Ralph Barrett and his bragging about, hey, I can alter the spike protein and then serial passage it and hide my fingerprints. And that was an interview with Vincent Racaniello prior to the pandemic that he did, bragging about how manipulable coronaviruses are. And Xi Jinping was working in North Carolina, and obviously, you know about the vials that were trying to be snuck out of the country. The same thing happened at a coronavirus research lab in Canada as well. So knowing the actors, knowing the players, but also knowing that, we in collusion with China were working on this virus, who knows which direction to point the fingers. But at the same time, it's interesting that Moderna owns the patent on this little furin cleavage protein that holds the S1 and the S2 together, and when that little split happens and the S1 goes into circulation and starts wreaking havoc, it's fascinating that our mRNA company that's holding the patent with our NIH holds the patent on that little sequence that holds the spike together that induced the harm. I see Dr. Finn is here. She's a brilliant virologist and colleague. I think she could enlighten us a little bit on her perspective as well. But I agree with you, Heather. It's a slippery slope. If someone's doing it, how do you counteract it? But at the same time, how do we ethically try to get all players to stop this process when you can order a CRISPR kit and a bunch of biological agents, and if you have a reasonable background in biology, you don't even need a BSL-3 or 4 lab to manipulate organisms anymore. This is the sad part. If there's enough knowledge, I mean, any rogue, reasonable scientist can do some pretty horrific things in this day and age. Thank you. Over.
Yeah, it's definitely scary, and I agree with you. I'd love to hear Dr. Finn's perspective here, and then also Angie, as a pediatrician, I've really enjoyed hearing some of your takes, especially when it comes to children and how they're affected by all of this. So we'll first go to Dr. Lynn Flynn, and then we'll go next to Angie.
Hi, everybody. My perspective is not quite as forgiving and open, maybe because I was kind of looking at some of the activity going on prior to the declaration of this pandemic. And when I saw the lockstep behavior between countries and followed the publications going back to early 2001 even, it was pretty clear that the U.S. is just as complicit as Canada, is just as complicit as China. And it wasn't one working dual because they were preemptive to the other. It was a collaboration. It was clearly a collaboration. And EcoHealth is really good at kind of acting as a firewall between funding for different things. And that is what keeps the cover on. I'm not going to sit there and tell you who did more and what, but if you look at, even listen in on some of the Event 201 exercises, all of this was predetermined. All of the messaging, the unified message, the countries that were involved, they're all World Economic Forum participating Davos countries. The ones that are not are the ones that fared very well. And it's just, I guess I'm such a big picture person, even though I look at the smallest things. It's so obvious to me what took place, and they needed a facilitator to start the whole process of what they practiced. And the facilitator was this virus, and they're perpetuating it now by taking extinct basic genetic material that will program your cells to make extinct spike proteins on a continuous basis. Yay, they have the bivalent shot now. Well, guess what? That particular spike protein has long since mutated, and we're still injecting it. We're still making more of it while being exposed to the current variation, and that's going to cause further immune evasion. And what we're getting is perpetuating this thing ad nauseum when it could have been stopped the first 5 months. And it's very, very frustrating to listen to everyone ponder on, well, there is no perfect policy, and we have to do one size fits all when it's, I'm sorry, I don't believe in unleashing a therapeutic that is brand new in mechanism on massive people during the middle of a pandemic. I think it's a poor choice, and now we're stuck with it. And I do think that all of the countries that participated in the spike protein are complicit here. I really do. And they're all covering their bases. They're all acting in lockstep, covering their bases. That's why they had to censor so many physicians, so many scientists. And we really have a problem from peer review to practice to from head to toe. We have a problem. And I don't know. I get choked up because it could have totally been prevented. And it wasn't so much the virus that has caused so much death. It's our action to what happened. And it's our continuous action. And it just seems so monetarily motivated at this point that you have to be sleeping not to see what's going on. And, censorship is not a way to shut us up, because those who want to do best for their patients and those who want to practice the most ethical science will not sit quietly. And that's where we are.
Aaron, I'll let you jump onto this point, because Dr. Lin did mention points that many would disagree with, and I think are worth discussing. So we'd love your take on it, Aaron.
Well, I'm sympathetic to much of what Lynn said, because what I discovered, I've been on a 2-year quest to sort of figure out, first of all, what happened to us, and then what happened to me professionally, and why, when I thought I was taking a very sensible, middle of the road, ethical argument about the vaccines public, why I was so severely punished for that. And what I discovered in the process is I did have to Google Earth up and try to do some big picture analysis. And it's going to sound like another shameless self-promotion plug for my book, but my book started out as an attempt to explain what happened during the pandemic, and ended up being about larger questions that included the pandemic. But I think the kind of biosecurity model response that we had involved 3 different components that, as I said, have been in the works for about 20 years, had been developing for about 20 years, but really only fully manifested during the pandemic. And that was an increasingly militarized public health apparatus. And there's an explanation in Chapter 3 of Event 201 and the other pandemic war game exercises that were done in the 20 years leading up to COVID, Event 201 being the one that occurred just months before COVID. And many of the people involved in that tabletop exercise immediately moved into real positions of authority managing our real pandemic only a few weeks after that exercise ran. And so we had an increasingly militarized public health apparatus. We also had these novel technologies of digital surveillance and control, namely the cell phone. The iPhone, you'll remember, was first released in 2007. So this was the first pandemic of the digital age, where we had the ability to control the flow of information via social media. And we had the ability to closely monitor people's movements and behaviors through cell phone data. So, for example, Vice broke the story earlier this year that the CDC has been extracting, without our knowledge or consent, bulk track and trace data from our phones to monitor compliance with lockdown orders and other public health measures. So monitoring the number of people at a school or at a church without individuals' knowledge or consent. The Canadian government did the same thing. Justin Trudeau promised the Canadian people that that would not be done, but they did it anyways, again, without the Canadian population's knowledge or consent. Israel did it as well, but they at least passed emergency legislation to do it. They allowed their Shin Bet, basically their version of the CIA, to more or less spy on their own population with warrantless backdoor searches to gain information about the pandemic. And we now know that that information is being used by our federal agencies for purposes other than public health. So the vaccine passports, I think, were the most obvious example of, the use of these digital technologies to try to control large populations. But there are other sort of behind the scenes examples that are not conspiratorial at all. They're well documented. And when they were published, our government did not deny them. In fact, they commented on them and gave their reasons for them. And the CDC, for example, admitted it's going to continue this program at least till 2026. And it was going to broaden the applications it was using this program for. And all of this was backed up by the third element, which was the police powers of the state. All of these policies were made possible by the declared state of emergency at the federal level, which was renewed every 90 days to almost no media attention. We're still operating under a federal declared state of emergency. In my home state of California and many other states, there's a state level state of emergency as well. And during a federal state of emergency, the president, for example, gains 128 additional extra constitutional powers that he would not otherwise have, that he can delegate to unelected public health officials and other unelected bureaucrats. So when Biden went on 60 Minutes a couple months ago and announced that the pandemic was over before the midterms, that was true. It had been over for some time in terms of the cases and deaths. But his advisors immediately panicked and said, no, you can't say that publicly. And the reason that they panicked is they knew that if the pandemic was over, then the federal state of emergency would have to be ended. And those 128 additional powers that the executive branch gained during the public health emergency would have to be relinquished. So I think what rolled out in early 2020 was not just a novel, untested method of trying to manage a respiratory virus, which it was, but more than that, it was a novel paradigm of governance. It was this biosecurity model of governance that required declared emergencies to do things that we otherwise couldn't have done legally. All of the emergency use authorizations required the declared state of emergency as well. So if that ended, the EUA products would have to be taken off the market until they were all fully authorized by the FDA. And that's, I think, among the reasons that that those who are reluctant to relinquish these powers seem to be motivated now to reframe other issues as public health issues and to declare new public health crises. That we saw efforts with the monkeypox, which didn't take hold. We saw efforts with the triple-demic, the RSV, influenza, and COVID season, which has turned out a couple of weeks into this triple-demic, which has turned out not to be of much concern at all. But we're seeing these ongoing efforts to reframe ordinary seasonal viruses as another emergency. We've seen even prior to COVID. And regardless of your views on climate change, I have no desire to weigh in on those debates, but regardless of your views on the issue has been reframed even before COVID this began, from being primarily an ecological or environmental issue to a public health issue. If you read the headlines and the leads to the stories on climate change, they're almost always now focused on harms to population health, rather than rather than the way that the issue was framed, say, 4 or 5 years ago. And there are serious proposals from politicians in power, from Ivy League academics, to use things like rolling lockdowns to deal with the climate crisis, or to deal with the energy crisis in Europe. So even though these policies have been rolled back in most jurisdictions, the infrastructure is still there. And there are people with a keen interest in deploying it for other purposes. And I think it's important for us to be aware of that, because it's not just about the next respiratory virus pandemic that we have to prepare for, but I think we have to think through the way in which all of these technologies and these models of surveillance and control were deployed, because they can very easily be deployed, for other purposes to deal with other issues. And we have to ask ourselves, questions about privacy, questions about, individual autonomy and local control and so forth, that I think this pandemic raises many important political questions beyond just the public health issues that we're discussing.
And we actually saw an example of that recently. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm only singling out China, even though they are one of the worst offenders. There are other countries as well that have taken very bad steps in terms of their government. But with China specifically, we saw recently their protests that were happening against the government, they were squashed in large part using those same measures that they used when it comes to COVID. So that's very concerning. And I will say as well, Aaron, you mentioned your book. I think by now you've definitely given enough insight to earn a bit of a plug there. So I'll go ahead and say the title of your book. It's The New Normal, The Rise of Biomedical Security State, available pretty much on the main places you can buy books, Amazon, Barnes & Noble. Certainly, I imagine that would be a good read, considering some of the insight you provided today. And I want to go ahead and move on now to Angie, who's had her hand up for a while, and get her thoughts here as well on this.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. It wouldn't give me the icon. Well, circling back just a few spaces, we at least clinically, when I started treating adults for COVID, because like I said, the children were unaffected, there were a few key things clinically that I noted that this was obviously a bioweapon. And so, the response, and I think Lynn is right with this too, is that the physician response was poor at best, especially in large university systems. It was very disheartening that, across the board, things that used to work for respiratory systems, respiratory diseases, all of a sudden became taboo to use. And a great example of that is nebulizers. One of the things, there was this attack against nebulizers early on, like do not use a nebulizer, which we nebulize bronchodilators and steroids in these nebulizers to help people with respiratory, especially lower respiratory lung disease. It's very common. We use them all the time in pediatrics. We use them, across the board for COPD and, cystic fibrosis. I mean, you use them all the time for asthma, everything. And one of the things that
that really hit me hard was that, for instance, locally, our ambulance companies took nebulizers off the rigs. You know, they're picking up people with respiratory distress, and they were told you cannot use nebulizers anymore because they spread COVID. And it was, to me, just a shocking slap in the face. Like, how can you sit there and watch a patient that you potentially used to be able to help with a nebulizer, just watch them suffer until you hopefully rolled into an emergency room situation? But then at the emergency room, they won't use the nebulizers either. I mean, this whole construct of everything that we used to use or was okay to use in the past was all of a sudden taboo. And that to me was a huge red flag. I was like, this is ridiculous. Based on what knowledge, based on what study does it show that the nebulizer is a detriment? You know, and everyone, I remember in the summer of 2020 when Dr. Bartlett from Texas actually said, well, use budesonide. Budesonide is a game changer in a nebulizer. And of course, at the time, I to myself, I said, well, no duh. Like, we use budesonide all the time. Why wouldn't we use budesonide? So to me, I didn't even realize in the outside world that they weren't even using budesonide. So, you know, to me, a lot of this was a forehead slap. Like, what do you mean you're not using budesonide? What do you mean you're not using bronchodilators like albuterol or levoalbuterol, Xopenex, whatever? So to me, you know, I just continued, I had to block that and just continue to use my clinical acumen and use that on the adults, and they were improving. So, you know, and that was just basic, you know, and then the whole, you can't use something off label. You know, that threw me for a loop as well, because as a pediatrician, many of the things that we use are off label for kids. So, I mean, the greatest, I like to use the example of Tagamet. Tagamet is a stomach medication. I've known and used it for years if children have multiple warts, because it actually helps to fight off viruses that cause warts. So, you know, that's a great example of something that's off label that I've been using for decades. So you have to understand that the propaganda against physicians was so strong to the point where it actually changed the common sense critical care of patients. You know, like, why wouldn't you use a nebulizer? Why wouldn't you use budesonide? And it was like this revelation in some cases. And to me, I think a lot of the critical thinking in physicians really fell apart, especially in the institutions, because they were, you know, if you don't have a thick skin, you were marginalized, and you were, you know, fired in many cases. I mean, Aaron got fired. There's many, many stories of doctors getting fired. There's even cases of medical boards coming after us, which is not unusual. You know, that seems to be a badge of honor lately. We, you know, and for doing what? For taking care of our patients. Now, you know, alluding to the bioweapon, I knew that this was something very different, because this did not follow the normal course of a regular virus. I treat viruses all the time. I mean, I'm a pediatrician. Kids are snotty little germ mongers, and that's just how it goes. So I'm pretty good at treating viruses. That's kind of how this works, right? So when you realize the symptomology that was associated with COVID, you realize this didn't follow the same normal path of virus, you know, goes down that road. So, you know, I was employing all my normal stuff, but every once in a while you get thrown a loop. So you have to find something else. And I have to say, I'm blessed. You know, we brought together a bunch of critical thinking physicians, and we got to share our ideas and all that stuff. We didn't call the CDC. We didn't call the NIH. We tried to scour some of the material and studies. You know, I tell people all the time, as a pediatrician, I've read more studies in the last 2.5 years than I have my entire career. And that's just a true statement. I'm a clinician. You know, I don't read studies unless it's clinically oriented. So, you know, we have got to really get a handle of what true science is, and actually critically look at some of these things, because I think critical thinking has really been lacking over the last 2 years with a lot of our colleagues. They're just parroting what they have been told. Still to this day, there is misinformation from Pfizer on the TV set about every fifth commercial. Because you had COVID, you still might have severe COVID the next time you get it. Go get your booster. Get your information from, Pfizer.gov, whatever it is. But it's barraging our young people, and our young people are no longer critically thinking. And this is very, very dangerous. And I've told people this across the board, that our homeschoolers are going to save our nation, because these kids are being exposed to so much propaganda, and they don't know that they're being exposed to propaganda, whether that's via social media or just watching television. Just the commercials are just so overwhelmingly pharma-based. And of course, they're not going to recognize that or say, oh, that's propaganda. They're just sitting there listening to this, and this is normal to them. We have really got to get a hold of critical thinking. We've got to get our medical students to actually look at studies, critically tear them apart, understand what is a good study, what is a bad study, why shouldn't you raise questions? You have to do this. You have to question science. That's how it evolves. So my big concern, we're to the point of vaccine injury. I've been a pediatrician for over 25 years. No, I haven't seen a whole lot of vaccine injury with childhood vaccine schedule because of critical thinking. I ask every time someone comes into my practice, was there any problems with the previous shots? Any side effects, any fevers, whatever. And then if there was, we would hold off. We would make that decision as a patient, family, and the physician. So, a lot of people just did not realize or put two and two together. I don't have a lot of autoimmune disease in my office, but I do things different. I don't do things like other people do. Now, that's not to say that, I was, prior to this whole mess, I was extremely pro-vaccine. I trained in third world countries. So I do understand the devastation of natural disease and how vaccines have been to the good of our society for the most part. I'm not saying that there isn't problems. There is problems. But I can tell you there are many of us now that our eyes have been opened because we're no longer allowed to question. We saw that the regulatory agencies failed. They are derelict in their duty to protect Americans, especially our youngest Americans. This is beyond devastating for me. I've been around a long time. I've seen vaccines pulled off the market. And so when this came out, in January, I was looking at VAERS. January of 2021, I was looking at VAERS. One of my colleagues actually, I'm sure they're not going to say that they died from the vaccine, but, the healthcare workers got it first in December of 2020. One of my colleagues passed away 7 days after he received his vaccine. And to me, I knew it right away. I said, it's the vaccine. I know it is. There's just no other question. So I started to check into VAERS very, very fervently at that point, and I saw 1,000 deaths in January of 2021. And I said, this thing needs to be pulled immediately. Why aren't they pulling this vaccine immediately? First of all, it's not a vaccine, but my goodness, they should be pulling this. So for over a year, almost 2 years now, they have been derelict in their duty. And I don't know how to hold their feet to the fire. I know, personally, I don't know how. But I also think our legislators really need to step up to the plate and overturn that 1986 law that allows these vaccine manufacturers not to be, they need to be held accountable for their products. Every other industry is held accountable. Why aren't they? They need to be held accountable for the destruction that they have caused over the last 2 years. Because if our regulatory agencies are derelict in their duty, well, the manufacturers need to be held accountable, because we are dealing with a whole new world right now. An absolute whole new world. We are not dealing with, 1995 medicine. This is a whole different thing. We don't know how to treat patients right now because we don't really know what we're dealing with. We honestly don't. And so I understand the whole, reverse engineering thing, but we don't even know what we're reverse engineering. This is the problem. And it's so, for me, it is terrifying because I look at our little people, our children, and I'm like, oh my gosh, their potential is so great. But now, especially in children that have been vaccinated with a COVID-19 product, I have seen some really devastating effects, and it is mind-blowing. I've never, just for the record, we never carried COVID-19 vaccines in my practice. I never encouraged anyone to get them. I fully feel that, again, this should have been pulled off the market, and many Americans should have benefited from the pull. And we have really endangered our population across the entire globe with this issue.
I will say the counter argument. So you did mention the idea of these companies that are pushing these vaccines out, that are making them, like Moderna, Pfizer, for example. You mentioned the possibility of making them no longer legally, I guess, above it, so to the point where they can get sued and they can be held responsible legally. The counter argument to that would be that it could cause less development when it comes to vaccines, and it may reduce the speed at which certain vaccines in the future, let's say we have a disease in the future that could easily be treated undeniably with a vaccine that wouldn't have symptoms, for example. If that was the case, they took longer.
Vaccine development takes 5 to 10 years. I mean, this is commonplace. It takes 5 to 10 years for a vaccine to hit the market because the safety data has to be intact. The efficacy has to be intact. This is a brave new world right now. Warp speed and all this other fun stuff, brand new technology. I mean, I probably wouldn't have had such an issue if we had used, a live attenuated virus or something like that in the vaccine, because we've used live attenuated viruses for many vaccines in the past. I wouldn't encourage it in everyone, but it would have been at least something that we could have felt a little more confident in, or less persuaded that, this is really unusual. I mean, when you look at, like I said, I looked at animal studies and I was floored. Every animal died. And in every one of those studies, at the very end, it gave a warning about using it in humans. It was just incredible. So it was just something for me. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. I mean, genetics 101 to me, when I first heard what was going on, I said, this makes no sense to me. I don't understand why we would program a vaccine to produce something in the human. Like, that to me was just mind blowing. And I said from the very beginning, genetics 101 tells me this is not a good idea. This is a really bad idea. And at the speed of which that it came onto market, it made me extremely precautious. It made me very aware and made me look at the VAERS data because, yeah, it's not perfect. I get it. It's not. But at least it's something. It gives us an opportunity to look and see what the trend is. And the fact that they have been ignoring their trend and the CDC says, oh, well, we're too busy to even look at it, that's a bunch of garbage. That's dereliction of duty. And that, to me, just blew all credibility for those agencies out of the water for me. I don't trust them, and most of my people around me don't trust them either. And it's sad because I never felt this way, ever. When rotavirus was pulled, I was like, oh, this is awesome. They really care about our kids. This was my attitude in 1999. I remember pulling it out of the refrigerators because that was my job. And I was like, oh man, that is awesome. The FDA really cares about our kids. They're pulling it off the market. I mean, recently, look at this nonsense with the baby formula. They pulled baby formula because of five kids got sick. Are you kidding me? And it caused this whole major problem across the country with babies not being able to get baby formula. This to me is so ridiculous. Like, how come they were on it like white on rice for baby formula, but they're not on it for a new technology, genetically engineered quote unquote vaccine that killed thousands of people in the first month. To me, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, there's also a lot of people who took the vaccine, so I do wonder if that would play any role in that. But also, I think one important middle ground here would be, it is undeniably true that these vaccine companies are not nearly as careful as they should be. They are right now not doing the level of research that I think is adequate on so many of the things that they're releasing, and it is hard to hold them accountable. And so there's obviously like two sides to the story. Well, do you want to hold them more accountable and also make it harder to get vaccines, potentially make them delayed and have some issues with that? Or do you want to hold them more accountable and then also at that point make them be more make them better in their research and stuff like that? So it's really hard to actually know the best answer here. I would love to get your thoughts on this, Ryan. What do you think about if these companies making the vaccines should be opened up to more legal accountability? Do you think that would cause more harm than good, or do you think it would be helpful?
You know, there were some baby blankets recalled from Target last week for a couple of children being harmed. Why wouldn't we require that same accountability of these companies for a product that's going into the arms of billions of people? Yes, there should be accountability, because if I have liability, I'm going to do the absolute best job to make sure what I'm doing is safe for the patient. And so to have liability thrown out the window, then they could be putting mush in these things and whatever they want and get away with it and get away with harms. And obviously we've seen unfortunate amounts of harm. You know, from an explanatory point of view, a lot of people say, well, I got my shots, I'm fine. I'm like, well, wonderful. I've looked at a lot of these vials. You know, there's no heebie-jeebies, none of this tinfoil stuff in them. There's lipid nanoparticles, polyethylene glycol, some metal contaminants, and mRNA. But the ratios are different, lot to lot to lot. And I've looked at this with mass spec with some colleagues in Europe, analytical clinical chemistry. There's no consistency in the manufacturing. So some people got duds, thankfully. Other people, unfortunately, got very high doses. And there are groups that have tracked, you know, the amount of harm per lots. But these manufacturers absolutely need to be liable, because then they have to make a consistent product. And again, our regulatory agencies have failed us in the sense that these manufacturing facilities haven't been inspected. The proper trials weren't done, and I know Brooke Jackson was on here earlier, and you know her whistleblower claim against Pfizer and the federal government's rollout and ramp up of these experimental products. So 100% agree that these companies should be liable. Obviously, under the PrEP Act, that's not going to change at the moment, but going forward, this is, I think, a very important step for humanity to look at what's happened and put in place legislative steps that will prevent this from happening again.
And I do think another thing to think about is even though everyone agrees that they do need to be held accountable, it's also kind of hard to figure out how, because you look at some examples where, for example, the court system in the U.S., you can sue people for all sorts of ridiculous things. Like there are these massive payouts going from tax dollars to people with the government and all sorts of random things where people are absolutely misusing the system. And so I do wonder, if you do hold them accountable to a high level, would that lead to a lot of people making fake cases to try to get paid and causing a lot of commotion? I think that was one of the worries that was prohibiting more scrutiny legally from being put on these companies. So it's really, I think, tough if we are going to try to regulate it more and are going to try to put more pressure on them to figure out exactly how. Do you have any ideas on how they could be held accountable while also not causing additional issues?
Well, this is one thing I've been working on. So as a pathologist, I've been working with some of my colleagues overseas as well. There are means to tell if the spike protein has been deposited in organs, in blood vessels, and if death has occurred due to these injections, especially this gene-based injection. The body continues, especially with the mRNA shots, to make spike protein for at least 60 days, if you look at the work of Dr. Rultgen out of Stanford in the journal Cell. And under the microscope, you know, we've been examining this, you know, did the patient die from virus or did they die from presence of spike protein throughout different organs? So there is a way to show, in the living individual, even biopsy can show in some of those individuals as well. But in the deceased individuals, there would certainly be a way of proving death caused by the injection, and liability should be therefore put upon these companies, because I understand, with our litigious society, that propensity maybe to try to score a quick buck, and it's an unfortunate aspect of the society in which we live. But there are means whereby those who've paid the ultimate price and are no longer with us, if we allow the dead to speak, they can show us, look, we societally allowed a product into their bodies that led to their demise. So there are provable scientific methods we use in the laboratory to show that. So I agree with you, it's a two-edged sword, in terms of opening up Pandora's box of too many lawsuits, but at the same time, when there's an experimental product that is causing harm that hasn't been pulled, then I think those individuals should be obviously recompensed, or their families. And I'll go back to the point that those who are, suffering endlessly now with chronic injury and disability, same thing. We need to have a mechanism whereby they are helped. And again, scientifically, there are a lot of means whereby we can prove where their injury has come from. Over.
And also, we will be seeing, of course, more viruses, more pandemics potentially in our lifetimes, but definitely the viruses part, maybe not the pandemics, hopefully. Regardless, there are going to be times when this apparatus is active again, and if we can make reforms now that make it better, I think we'll be much better off during the next, hopefully not pandemic, but pandemic if it happens. Steven's had his hand up for quite a while. Let's go ahead and let Steven weigh in here, and then we're going to get off the spaces pretty soon. Even though we have so much more we can talk about, I think it will make sense to move this over to a different spaces. I got a thumbs down from Ben. He wants to continue in the discussion. But what I think we should do, move this over to another spaces. So make sure to stay tuned, follow all of the speakers here on the panel, and be ready for another big spaces here, because like I said, we're just scratching the surface. This is going to get way more intense. This is going to get way deeper. And as we go down the rabbit hole, so many more things will be uncovered that we absolutely need to talk about. So stay tuned for those spaces, follow the speakers, and we'll go ahead and go to Steven right now.
Thanks so much, Matt. When I was listening to Aaron talk before, I think he made a pretty notable analogy in terms of how radically medical science can pivot when he was talking about the discovery of what causes peptic ulcers. And that was discovered by a guy named Barry Marshall, I believe in the early 80s. Everybody laughed at him because he said that the strain H. pylori was to blame for the cause of peptic ulcers, and people thought this, medical community all thought this was really absurd. And so to prove his point, he swallowed some H. pylori, and peptic ulcer showed up within 48 hours, I believe. Anyway, the reason why I bring that up is because it made me think about the quickly evolving understanding now of how important gut health and probiotic strains like lactobacillus, etc., and the role they can play in terms of keeping our immune system strong and fighting off a lot of various infections and perhaps COVID. And so I just wanted to ask the medical practitioner still on the panel here.
So I believe it can everyone hear me right now? I believe it may be glitching somewhat. Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you, Matt. And
We can hear you now.
Yeah, he asks a great question, and gut health is critically important. I think the whole pandemic showed us that overall health is important because, the obesity factor played into it, our unfortunate high blood sugar factor played into it, and we had more poor outcomes in the Western world that doesn't take care of its health overall. But Steve's point is well taken. My colleague, Dr. Hazen, that's been on a lot of these spaces, she talks a lot about bifidobacteria, and she's done some wonderful papers, peer-reviewed, published during the pandemic, showing how critical that bacterial strain is to our gut health. And interestingly, it's a cousin to ivermectin. It's in the Acinetobacter family, and they're literally cousins, and they stimulate the immune system in a proper way to respond properly. Obviously, a lot of people know me as Mr. Vitamin D. It's so important to have a normal vitamin D level in terms of maintaining a lot of your healthy gut bacteria. And so the more we take care of what we do and don't put into our bodies, the more we can be resilient and resistant against so many other infectious agents going forward. So I jokingly say, and many people have heard me say this, there's really no such thing as flu and cold season, just low vitamin D season, because we're in that time of year where you can run outside naked for 5 months and you won't synthesize any vitamin D through sunshine in your skin. So it's critically important to optimize your vitamin D levels during, quote, cold and flu season. But yeah, gut bacteria, gut health is critical to overall health. You know, so goes the gut, so goes the brain, so goes the gut, so goes so many of the organs in our body. So I think this